Good morning to all of you. Welcome to the fourth day of our December board meeting. We have an important day ahead of us with some important approvals, which will mark the end of a long journey about which we have already spoken this week, but still, it's really the important day. And I must confess that I'm a bit nervous, and I don't know why. I woke up like a child in its birthday, excited and nervous, waiting for the gifts. Uh, which I don't think it's are gifts in the sense, but in the sense they are. So what we have in our agenda, and I'll reserve my other words for another moment. What we have today in our agenda is the approval, the vote on the experts standards, the standards on the use of external experts, the vote on the standards, on the ethics and independent standards for sustainability assurance, reporting and assurance. And to make clear and to respond to one question that someone made, and I think it was Begonia, we will have one vote for the experts. It's an autonomous project, and we will have one vote for the sustainability standards for the package. So this means two votes this morning. How we will go through this is that we will start with the experts as it is in the agenda, and then the work stream 2 will present the last refinements or adjustments made to the text, and we will discuss, and then we will discuss the last adjustments made by work stream 1 on the independent standards, and then at the end we will have a vote. In addition, we will, well, if possible, but I think it's going to be possible, anticipate the approval of the project proposal on firm culture and governance for today. So this is going to be the approvals day. We decided to make a package and to take them all together. This is probably going to happen after lunch, but if we manage to go faster, then we can anticipate it into the morning period. Let's see how this goes. So the firm culture and governance work stream has worked on the recommendations and suggestions yesterday and circulated. We'll circulate the text, but I think we will be in a position to take a vote today. If not, of course, we will play by the ear and go back to the initial plan on the agenda. So this is it. It's not. It's a lot, and it's a very important day. But we will have time to celebrate later today. And I'm going to give the floor to Laurie Ensley to present the last amendments, adjustments made to the experts project, and then we will, after the discussion, we will vote. Laurie, please.
Thank you very much, Gabriella. Okay, so I'm just going to be 2 seconds here and then hand over to Cam. We're going to go through a slide deck that lays out a couple of the key adjustments and then onward to a page turn so that you can see how those adjustments appear in the actual text of the final draft before voting. So without further ado, and thank you for those of you who gave additional comments. Obviously, the work stream worked on that Tuesday night and has pushed, I think, everything through that we think we're at a final draft now. So Cam, over to you to start us off on this.
Thanks, Laurie. So what we'll go through in the slide deck today are the key updates to 290 and 390, also following our Tuesday meeting, and also from the turnaround documents, a few people also provided comments. So So this is firstly on 290 for the PAIB. So in R 290.5, essentially to recognize that a PAIB does operate within their employing organization's policies and procedures, the task force has added that phrase in red within that requirement, and that's the requirement on agreeing the terms of engagement. Okay. Yes, Chana.
I think you're. Mike. Okay, this has been fixed in the actual text. You were missing the to, having regard to, but that's fine. I think in the PowerPoint it's fine. Yeah.
Perfect. We can add it in front of everybody in the turnaround at the walkthrough in a bit. Okay. Then next, for the communication with those charged with governance, so this is the application material in 290.18A1. There was some discussion, as the board will recall, on whether or not to the pros and cons essentially of potentially elevating this to a requirement. The task force went back, discussed, and essentially no change. And you'll see that instead, the where appropriate has been moved to the front of that sentence, as already discussed at the board on Tuesday. And this generally, this application material for communication is consistent with how the code generally presents this in part 2. So these two matters are for 290. Then we'll move on to section 390 now. And so this is the application material with respect to factors that might be helpful for the PA to determine whether or not additional information needs to be requested to evaluate the external expert's objectivity. And this is for audits, reviews, and other assurance for non-PIs, and also in the case where the client is not the entity at which the external expert is performing work at. So you'll see that two additional factors have been added, the 2 bullet points there, complexity and impact. And then also additional the application material has been expanded to incorporate an example as to sort of as was suggested on Tuesday's board discussion, to provide the PA with a steer as how those factors might be helpful to help them determine whether or not to request additional information. The yellow highlight you can see on the screen there, those are some editorial refinements essentially to shorten the sentence. So, yeah, okay. So next slide here. So this is documentation, and we discussed this also on Tuesday, and that's 390.29A1, and the PA is encouraged to document steps taken, significant threats, and results of significant discussions. It was questioned whether or not this could be elevated to a requirement. Specific to this application material, the task force did note that this use of encourage is generally consistent with how throughout the code, it's for part 3, it's been used. And so therefore, you know, a holistic review of whether or not documentation should or should not be elevated to a requirement is more of a separate discussion. So there's no change in this particular paragraph. However, we do note that specific to using the work of an external expert, it is extremely important to, when the external expert provides information to facilitate the PA's evaluation of objectivity, it is extremely important to firstly elevate the prominence and thoughtfulness applied by the external expert when they provide that information. Secondly, to reduce the possibility of any misunderstanding between the external expert and the information they provide and the professional accountant. And so therefore 3 sets of revisions have been made to emphasize this importance. And essentially you'll see that the phrase in writing, it's been clarified and it's required. So on the next slide here, how this works, it's sort of a closed loop situation. Firstly, you agree the engagement, agree the terms of engagement, and there between the 2 parties, external expert and the PA, both parties must agree that the external expert is comfortable to provide information in writing for the purposes of the PA's evaluation. And then the next step is requesting information. So the PA must request the external expert to provide in writing a very specified list of information. And those are 6 requirements, and in writing has been added to that so that it's explicitly clear that to elevate its prominence. And finally, a new requirement has been added underneath the documentation subheading, and that is really to close the loop, as you can see in the screen here. So the PA must ensure it actually has obtained all this information in writing, and that's the new requirement there. And finally, this is just to lay it also, we have all that, you know, the cycle of obtaining information and requesting and agreeing. But why this matters is because you need all that information to evaluate the external expert's objectivity, R390.8, that's underlining premise. And then finally, the PA must conclude on its evaluation based on all that information received, applying professional judgment, applying the conceptual frameworks of inquiring mind, reasonable informed third-party test, and then finally, it must conclude on whether or not that external expert is objective as well as competent and capable. And so therefore, as a consequence, if the PA is unable to conclude in R390.21, the PA is prohibited from using the work. In particular, for objectivity, if the PA is unable to conclude that the external expert is objective, and if the PA has concluded that indeed the external expert is not objective. So we are at the end of our slide deck, but first, maybe Lori, if you wanted to add anything.
No, I just maybe pause there if anybody has any last questions or comments before we actually run through visually in the text to make sure people are comfortable with how these pan out. Okay, I don't see any tent cards up. I'm going to take that as we're okay to Cam to move into the actual language of the standard and up on screen. Thanks.
Perfect. So now we'll just go through the 290 walkthrough first. So if we could put down the slides, and then I'll share my screen. Thanks. So let's start with 290, because we know we need to add 2 to the requirement, firstly. So there's been no change here, but what we discussed was 290.5 here, having regard to. So let me just add it there. Ooh. 2. And we've just added that, so now it reads correctly. And then moving down, no changes to the rest of the document until we reach 290.18 as we just presented. Oops, it's a bit slow on my screen, so moving down. And here is the 290.18A1 that we just discussed in the presentation. And then we are at the end of the document. So with that, if there are no questions, I will share 390. Sorry. Okay, here we go. Okay. So we start at the top here. This engagements was added for clarity, sustainability assurance engagements or other professional services. This is 390.3. No other changes until we reach here are 390.5B, little I, that's essentially just drafting convention. We use information in writing typically in the code. Okay, so just moving down, the next changes will be in the additional objectivity requirements, which are coming up here. This was to simplify the wording, so we don't need to repeat audit, review, and other assurance engagement again. And what we just discussed earlier, so in 6 requirements, we've added in writing that phrase. So you can see here R390.12, R390.13. And then we have clarified some addition. So overnight, we've also clarified some wording in 390.13A1. And this clarification really is to recognize that. So how this works is R390.13, this is for non-PIs. The PA must request the external expert to provide information about 3 specific matters. These 3 specific matters are already included in the long list for PIs, which is in R390.14. And so therefore this clarification, and you can see in yellow, this has been markup on top of what was circulated yesterday, is to clarify that. So just to read it out, in addition to the interests, relationships, or circumstances in paragraph R390.13, paragraph R390.14 sets out other interest relationships or circumstances between the external expert and Then the remaining sentence we remove. Okay, and so obviously this will be mirrored in the 390.17 as you'll see later. As mentioned in the presentation here, we've shortened this sentence a little bit, remove external expert and change to there. And then R390.14 added in writing. 15 added in writing. 16, same added in writing. 17, same added in writing. And then in A1, the changes here you can see in yellow are mirroring what I've just explained for 390.13 A1. Okay. So now moving down for 17A2, again, these are simplifications to the sentence. And then I believe the next change here, this really was to make the two, so R390.19 and R390.20, both these paragraphs, both these requirements essentially are to require the PA to reevaluate the external experts CC and or O when facts and circumstances changes. So this is a drafting refinement to essentially align the drafting between both of them, both paragraphs. Then coming down to the next one, and I believe that should be communication. And similar to what we just discussed for the PAIB section, we've moved where appropriate upfront. Then, as mentioned in the presentation, this is a new requirement introduced underneath the documentation subheading, which is closing the loop on the information requests and between the PA and external experts. So the PA must obtain all information. Any questions? Otherwise, I'll go to 5390 and effective date. Okay. Okay, so next one is, yep.
In terms of documentation, the paragraph R390.28,
Yes.
we included paragraphs R390.12 to 17. What about the first one, 390.5?
Yeah.
It also, I
Yeah.
think there's a requirement
So
of communication in writing. So
that's right. And the reason why it wasn't included, and I'm just going to split screen here, is because R390.5 little b doesn't specify those paragraphs. So I'm just going to bring it up here so we can all see it. So R390.5b is to agree that the external expert provides information in writing for the purposes of assisting the accountant's evaluation of the external expert's objectivity. But it doesn't specify yet what information. But however, within the text, we specify in 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 explicitly, you must require in writing the specified list. That's why for this last one. Yeah, okay, thank you.
Good.
Okay. And then for 5390 here. So again, these changes will be mirroring what we just discussed in 390. So the only areas where I'll scroll through it obviously, but the areas where I will point out is what we mentioned on Tuesday, really to clarify the scoping, because for part 5, it's sustainability or other assurance engagements for the same sustainability assurance client. And same here, so that's why in little 2, we add assurance report for the same sustainability assurance client. That's clarification of scope. Moving down. So the heading has been clarified in the same manner, and this 5390.11A1 again clarified in the same manner. And these are this subheading has some refinements to make it read more clearly. You'll see the same changes with respect to the term the requirement to provide information in writing in 5390.12 and going further on. These same changes, additional changes on top of what was circulated yesterday in yellow, have also been put through to 5390, so same as 390. And we move down, that's the same here. And if anyone has questions, please shout or raise your tent cards, and then, Begonia.
Thank you. I have a question
Yeah.
because I've seen you have added the words in writing in many paragraphs, but is that only referred to the objectivity, or what about the capability and the other characteristics of the external expert, competence and capability? So that's my question.
Yeah, where it has been added is specific to objectivity, the additional objectivity requirements. And
Is there any reason not to take that into account also when in writing, when it refers to capability and competence, what sort of capacity the expert has in writing? That's a question.
yeah, and I think I'm just going to move back up to the competence and capabilities here. So in the PA's evaluation of, for example, competence, some of these factors. So I would say that the evaluation of objectivity, in particular for audits, reviews, and other assurance, is because of the specificity of those information required, financial interest, business relationships, all these, the very long list. All this is information that the PA may not be able to find themselves through their due diligence. And so they also have to require the external expert to provide all that information. Whereas for competence and capabilities, in some of these factors, as on the screen, the PA can do they can ask the PA, they can ask the external expert, they can maybe look it up on a website, they can, there's various sources of information as set out here in 390.9A1. So it could be from a variety of other sources other than it must be information in writing. And that's because the additional objectivity requirements, they're very specific information. I don't know, Laura, if you want to add on anything.
Yeah, I do understand the point Begonia's made. I think what we're trying to do is focus, especially in the assurance context, on the PAs have always had to evaluate competence and capability. This objectivity point is the significant portion that we're adding here in this standard around all the objectivity issues. So what we've tried to do is get that in writing so that it's captured, one, two, so that the expert is focused on it and understanding that they're handing in information in writing. It definitely elevates the expert's response and diligence in providing it. But also creates a permanent record of those items. That's the area where we've had the biggest hole, I think, in the past. And the in writing that we've added across the board is just to avoid any doubt and make sure that we capture it at every level, as well as the obligation of the PA to obtain the information writing, not just to request it, but that they actually have to get it, right? I think on the other issues, obviously we have a requirement that the PA has to make a judgment and we walk them through what they need to think about. But especially in the assurance context, Begonia, I think that all types of work fall under just general assurance standards then. We don't want to get into what they do or how they do that so much. It falls more under the IEESB assurance standards in terms of what and how they're documenting their findings. Does that make sense? Okay, hopefully that's helpful. Thanks.
Thanks. Yeah. Oh.
Yeah, I just wanted to just come back to get Begonia's question. And to my mind, the simple answer, Begonia, is that in relation to the evaluation of the external experts' competency and capabilities, there isn't a requirement for the PA to request information from the external expert in order to be able to make those evaluations of competency and capabilities. the requirement to request information in writing only applies in the context of audits, reviews, and of assurance engagements. For the other attributes of the external expert competence, capabilities, and objectivity outside of audit and of assurance engagements, the PA is able to make that evaluation independently of requesting specific information from the external expert. And that is how the text flows. There isn't, so to evaluate capabilities, there's no information that is needed from the external expert in order for the professional accountant, the auditor, etc., to be able to make that assessment of capabilities and simple competence.
Thank you. I'm not sure that in all cases there isn't a need to go communicate and get something from the expert, but it is a fine and fuzzy line, as we've discussed, between the process standard of the auditing and the auditing evidence and this ethical standard, which is dealing with that the PA does not have sufficient professional knowledge, which they're required to have to fulfill their services. And so the process that the professional accountant goes through to make sure there's not a threat to their fundamental principles is that's what this standard attempts to lay out. And the added step, which is really kind of an extraordinary and strong step for an ethical standard, is that with regard to the objectivity aspects, the PA cannot get the intimate details of an expert's background in probably any other fashion than getting it from the potential expert. And so this standard is taking an extraordinary strengthening of the professional accountant's procedure in assuring that the expert has the objectivity. The expert's not making the evaluation that it has the objectivity, the evaluation of whether the expert has the objectivity necessary to not be a threat to the PA. That's the PA's job. But this is I think a very strong strengthening of requiring some form of writing between the expert and the PA for intimate details. I don't mean that in any sort of provocative way, but I mean it in the way of certain relationships, depending upon what for the audit or assurance service, because of the heightened interest in the ethics of the PA in those areas. So anyway, I don't know if that's adding to it at all, but I think as my colleagues have said, the capability and competence, we're not prescribing or proscribing what the PA does. The PA may ask the expert for things, and they may ask for that in writing. Of course, that's their professional judgment. But because of the heightened concern about objectivity, which is more of a transient thing you can't touch, the standard goes the extra step of requiring that communication in writing.
Thank you. One question I had, more probably a clarifying question. So on the addition of 390.28, part of what went through my mind, just thinking about it from a user friendliness perspective, is because we had emphasis on paragraphs 12 through 17 subpoints to say in writing, part of what I was wondering is, would it be more helpful just to connect and create that linkage more immediately, rather than say just request, say obtain, or say request and obtain, and then potentially omit 28. So it's all together in a more user-friendly way. That was part of what went through my mind. Because as soon as we remove it, if they're not reading all the way through, then it gets missed. That was more my observation. It's not a big deal, but it's more just accessibility.
Yeah, David, I see your point, but I think what we wanted to do in the documentation section is make sure we were emphasizing two things. One is ultimately you have to obtain this and it has to be part of the record. Okay. So separate from all those things, kind of put a bow on it. And two, to make sure that we are being clear that you have to cover the items in 12.17 so that there's no doubt as to, there's a level of detail that you have to march through in that documentation you obtain. So in a way, it's to put a bow on it at the end, because there's a lot of detail there. And I think the other day when we were chatting, one of the things that I think came through was it wasn't entirely clear at the end, as in any standard, when you're doing a lot of work, what the breadth of that was expected in the documentation. So the reason we have it in there is we want it at the end of it to be very clear in your documentation. You need to have obtained in writing the things that cover this. Whereas the other things are you're requesting that they provided in writing. So I see your point. It might be a little neater, but it doesn't put the emphasis at the end as to what the obligation of the PA has to have it in their documentation in writing.
Yeah, and I can see that perspective as
Okay.
well. So
Yeah, that's sort of how we
that's why I
got.
say I'm not, it's not worth dying in a ditch over, so to speak.
No, we
But it's
added it.
just, how do people think? And, is it clear?
Yeah, okay, well, are you okay if we kind of leave it in?
Oh, totally.
I think for us, we feel like it really emphasizes the PA's obligation to have something done in the papers covering the breadth of these.
Yeah,
things.
absolutely, Laurie. And I think the question on user accessibility is probably a broader conversation in
Yes,
general, and
yeah.
we could always pick it up there.
Okay, thank you anyway for the comment. I do appreciate that.
Pleasure.
Okay, I believe we're, oops, I hope I didn't. Okay, so I think we had got to the end of the page turn for 5390, ending on documentation. And then with respect to effective date, this is essentially the third bullet point. It's again to clarify the scoping, because obviously the 5390 covers all professional services provided to the same sustainability client. So that effective date covers that as well. And with that, if no questions, maybe I'll pass back to you, Laurie.
I'm looking for tent cards right now. I'm not seeing any. So I think we're done going through the bits and pieces. We can all take a breath for a second. And I think I hand over to Ken, because we're going to move to finalization.
Thank you very much, Laurie. So the board has completed its deliberations on this document, and there being no further comments, it is now the time to take the vote. First of all, I just want to confirm that every board member understands and knows what they are voting on. It's always wanted to make sure when you're signing on something. First of all, let me confirm to the board, as per my advice to the board in agenda item 3E, that the board has followed due process effectively and with proper regard for the public interest up to this board meeting, this December board meeting. And during the course of this meeting, the board has followed due process as well. Let me turn to Laurie for a confirmation of a couple of items. Laurie is chair of the task force. If I may ask you to confirm to the board whether all significant matters discussed in the task force have been brought to the board's attention.
Yes, I can confirm that all significant matters raised with us have been brought to the board's attention.
Thank you. And does the task force believe if there is a need for further consultation or field testing of the proposals?
No, the task force has discussed this and does not believe any further consultation or testing is required.
Thank you. And is there any board member who believes there are any further matters that need to be discussed based on the responses to the exposure draft? Nope. So let us take the first vote from the board, and that is to close off the document subject to the matter of re-exposure. First of all, if I may ask if there is any board member who's abstaining from the vote. Any board member who is voting against the final document. And if I may ask for a show of hands for board members who are voting for the final document. We have 17 board members, 17 votes. Thank you very much. Let me turn to the second vote now. And that is a vote on the matter of re-exposure. First of all, let me turn to Laurie again as chair of the task force. Laurie, if I may ask for your recommendation to the board on the matter of re-exposure on behalf of the task force.
Yes, thank you, Ken. And the task force has discussed this matter and does not believe that there is a need to re-expose the exposure draft.
Thank you very much. Is there any board member who believes there is a need to re-expose? Well, in that case, the board has approved the final pronouncement. Congratulations.
Thank you very much to all of you. Thank you very much, Laurie, task force staff involved. Thank you very much to the stakeholders, the many stakeholders who were involved in the development of these standards. I'm sure that we are paying a very good service to the public interest, to capital markets, to professional accountants and everyone, and the external experts as well who will be involved. So thank you for this great job done for this great product, and congratulations to the board and to everyone for these achievements. So with this, we will move to the next topic in the agenda, and the next topic is sustainability. As I said, the objective is to take a vote at the end of the discussion of the two parts of the project, ethics standards for sustainability reporting, and then ethics and independent standards for sustainability assurance. We will have these discussions in a separate way to make it more structured and allow more sharp and focused comments if there are still any. And I would give the floor now to Christelle to present the last amendments or adjustments made to the text to respond to the suggestions that we discussed 2 days ago here at the board. Christelle, please.
Thank you, Chair. So Laura and John are coming to join me because I'm not autonomous in dealing with the screenshots, etc. We had a very few items to go through. We have circulated yesterday, I think it's 4 or 5 little changes that we had to go through, and there is one additional this morning. So we will go through just by reading the changes within the document. We have no slideshow. So Laura, do you take the other one, or? Yeah.
Thank you, Christelle. I'll just share my screen now. So good morning, everyone, and thank you again for all the comments and the feedback provided during our session on Tuesday.
Laura, if I may ask you to bring the microphone closer.
Thank you. So good morning, everyone, and thank you again. There's some changes here. Sorry. Okay. Thank you again for all the comments and the input provided during our session on Tuesday. We discussed all the comments provided, all the suggestions provided. I'm going to go through the changes that we proposed making in the assurance parts, and then I'll hand it over to John to go through the changes that we are proposing in the reporting part. And so all the changes are highlighted in blue, as we mentioned in the document. The first paragraph in which that was discussed and which we are proposing some changes on is paragraph 5270.3A2. So it's on the examples of pressure to act with sufficient expertise or due care. That example that we added regarding the potential greenwashing in terms of the assurance engagement. And so the example that we had was the pressure from a sustainability assurance client to express an opinion not supported by the evidence obtained from the assurance procedures. And we got a few comments on the kind of opinion, and the work stream is proposing to add to clarify which opinion we are talking about here. So it's an opinion on the sustainability information. Still on this on this bit, we received a comment this morning saying that this opinion could be either modified or unmodified. We prefer not to maybe again qualify the opinion much. So the suggestion is to replace, and that's the pink highlight in here. We replace the when with the that. So it's not expressing an opinion when it's not supported, because it would raise the question of, is it modified, is it unmodified? But we're simply saying an opinion that is not supported by the evidence.
So it should be scrapped.
Oh, yes. Okay, thank you. So an opinion that is not supported. Okay, so that's it for the opinion part. We got another comment regarding potentially adding, not necessarily only in this example, but in the ones that are related to greenwashing, which are a few of the examples in this section when we're talking about the scope of the engagement, etc. To add the word misleading, the work stream here considers that it's not an essential word to add, since misleading is something that is implicit every time that we are talking about greenwashing, and so it's implicit in not only this example, but all of the others that refer to greenwashing, and for instance those relating to the scope of the engagement. And then the board, if you may recall, the board had some debate around the issue or the topic of due care here, as in these are examples under two topics: sufficient expertise or due care, and whether we should clarify what we mean by due care. Due care is part of a fundamental principle, the fundamental principle of professional competence and due care. Then it shows up here again as part of examples relating not only to due care, but also to sufficient expertise. Whether we should add a new definition or a new description to the glossary, whether we should add, for instance, a cross-reference. So the work stream also discussed this topic and is proposing not to change anything here. So regarding the suggestions to add a cross-reference or a new definition or description to the glossary, not doing that at this stage. And why? Because even though we understand the issue, which is essentially about accessibility and making sure that especially those who are not familiar with the code, non-PAs or first-time users, understand what we are talking about. The truth is that due care is part of one of the fundamental principles, as I mentioned. And so if we add something in the glossary regarding a part of a fundamental principle, the question might, there are some questions that might be raised as to why are we not doing the same for the rest of the fundamental principles? And in respect to those additional explanations and that part of the accessibility, part of the rollout materials in the sustainability project will be an implementation guide, especially dedicated to non-PAs and first-time users of the code, in which we anticipate that we're going to have kind of a 101 explanation of the code, which will necessarily include an explanation of the fundamental principles. So the workstream 2 considers that this would be a more appropriate forum to include these further explanations. In addition, if we were going to lift something from what we have in the code about due care to the glossary or include a cross-reference, again, what we have currently in the code is due care as part of a fundamental principle. And so there is a provision that talks about due care, and it's framed as in acting in a diligent way. But if we are doing that, only that at this point, that could prove insufficient. And so we consider that maybe looking at this within the context of an upcoming project could be, at least could give the opportunity to the board and to external stakeholders to contribute to this discussion, to contribute to the drafting of what exactly we mean by due care. Yeah, so this is the reasoning for the work stream not to include a further explanation of due care at this point.
Okay, any comments? David, please.
Thank you, Laura. So I think this is the one topic that I raised, and I do want to make sure that, for the record, as Andy says, I think it's important that we voice concerns that we have. So when it comes to part 5 and just the whole idea of moving to professional agnostic, I worry a great deal when we use terms that don't have a common understanding for the users. And it was interesting, I'll just share a perspective. I was having a conversation a couple of days ago, actually, after we talked about this, on how due care is understood. So PAs have a common understanding of it because it's part of how we're trained, how we're developed globally. But the term due care has different meanings for different professions. And given that we're now moving outside more broadly for the PA space, I worry that it's going to be interpreted differently by different groups of people, and hence the suggestion just to define it somewhere. If you ask me the question, would it cause me not to support the standard? The answer is no. So before anybody worries, it wouldn't cause me to vote against. But I do think it's something we need to be extremely thoughtful about and move swiftly on, because we are now extending this beyond the typical users of the code. And I think we're using terms assuming they're understood commonly, and I don't believe they are. So I think it's something we should monitor very closely as part of just the overall deployment. I'm with you, Laura, that I think including specific additional, whether it's implementation guidance or FAQs, I think is going to be extremely important. I don't think it solves the problem, because I think the code, frankly, should stand on its own without the supplemental material in terms of its comprehension. So I just wanted to voice that. Again, it's not going to cause me to vote against, because I think, at the end of the day, this really is a good standard. But I think we need to be more thoughtful fairly quickly as we've expanded the group of interested parties that are going to use the code. And we need to make sure that there is a common language and a common way of understanding things broadly, whatever jurisdiction they're in, whatever background they have. That would just be something I would encourage us to think about swiftly.
Thank you very much, David, for that message that I'm sure we will take very seriously, and that going forward, we really need to make sure that everything is understandable by everyone, not only by the new users of the code, but also by the world in general, because the code exists in a space where others need to understand it, even if they are not direct users of it. So our message is much easier to go through and to be understood and well received if what we say is well understood. So thank you for that, and we will take it very seriously. I know that there are some board members wanting to speak, but I don't know if you wanted to react. No? Okay. So Andy, please.
Thank you, Chair. And yeah, I do agree that this is an issue, but of course, we did expose the document. I wish we had more comments from the non-PA community, because if we'd gotten 20 comments from the non-PA community, I would say, well, there's your answer right there, perhaps. But it is also difficult to understand with a 250-page document if people really focus in on just a couple of words. And I think it is something for the board to consider generally if the fundamental principles of professional competence and due care need expanding elsewhere. Without it being described, it is right, just the common meaning of the phrase. But there is helpful guidance, I think, in our ethical construct, which then did carry over to this. And I realize it starts to parse things out in a torturous way. We did get to the R151113.1, which gives examples of things or requires the practitioner to do certain things. I always like in our ethical code it is 5113.1A1, which again, it deals with professional competence, but I would argue that's maybe slicing things very thinly. We say serving sustainability assurance clients with professional competence involves the exercise of sound judgment in applying professional knowledge and skill when undertaking professional activities. I would say that also includes due care, but the words we say in our code just says professional competence. In 5113.1.2.3, taken as a whole, it does breathe some life into the concept of being careful, and diligent, which is just other ways of saying due care and professional competence. But I mean, I think the points raised are quite valid. I think in our approach of how we drafted this and having exposed it, I would say with regard to this point, it's fine for me, or I'm just speaking only for myself, but I also think it's perhaps something for a larger project for the board to take on board to conform both for the professional accountants part of the code as well as the sustainability practitioners part of the code, the concept of due care, because you're right, otherwise we just get out a dictionary and we look at due care. I think I'm okay with that because I think the dictionary definition does essentially say, be careful. And then, of course, we have a lot of other words around all of this. But well, I've said my piece, but thank you.
Thank you very much. Angie, Paul, please.
Excuse me. Thank you very much. I think, if anything, I really appreciate the suggestion that the assessment of the definition of due care needs to be looked at potentially a broader spectrum. So we don't make sure we're not fixing it for just one situation. But the ask then is to make sure that it's in a time-bound period that we do that assessment, so that because I do very much, being a non-professional, do feel that there are different views and perspectives around the meaning of those words. And the sooner we're able to give as substantive a definition as possible, it'll be necessary. But I will not be not approving just on that ground. But I think it's just advocating for us to put a time limit within which we'll get that done. So close that. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Rich, please. Chana.
Thanks, Chair. So why don't we, to end this point, put a reference back to 5113. On the top one, it says see also section 5310. Could we just say see 5113? Is there issue?
Yeah, so if we're going to start putting references, we need to reference a handful of paragraphs then, including 51110, where it is in fact defined with due care is defined in the sub-bullet or subpoint B. And then Chana's pointed to a section, Andy's pointed to a section. I get that we can have a challenge with individuals who are applying this for the first time. And I think we could perhaps try to address this in the implementation guide if we want to take something on longer term. But I am a little concerned that we start picking paragraphs to reference at this point and with the potential of not tying it together in an effective way. So just a suggestion.
Thank you, Rich. Paul, do you still want to speak? You have, okay. Ken, please.
Yeah, not wanting to prolong the discussion, I think David has raised a very valid point in relation to, let's say, the non-traditional users of the code. So those assurance practitioners, in particular, outside of the accounting profession. And I just recall that under the ISO standards, for example, the focus is primarily on competence, not so much on due care. And we know that the IAF, the International Accreditation Forum, is in the midst of undertaking an exercise to identify the gaps, the differences between the assurance standards, the ethics, independence, and assurance standards that ISO practitioners use versus the standards of IWSB and this board. So we for sure know that we will need to develop that implementation guide. It is going to be a very substantive exercise. And as part of the exercise, certainly at the staff level, there is the intention of coming to this board to explain how this exercise can be done, what topics it's going to cover, and what material, importantly, is going to be within the content of that guide. And it's going to be very important for this board to have sight of what stuff we'll develop, because yes, we may provide more information, more explanations, etc. But as we do that, also, we have to exercise care that we do not go beyond what is in the code. So how we do that also is going to be very important. So the point is certainly well taken, David, that there is a need there to make sure that the provisions in the code are very well understood for the purpose, for the objective of making sure that all practitioners, regardless of their backgrounds, are complying with the standards on a consistent basis. And that is ultimately the objective that this board would like to achieve. So that's, as Gabriel has indicated, David, that's something that we will take on board, and we will make sure that we cover this at this point as well.
Thank you very much, Ken. Are there any other comments here? If not, back to you, Laura.
Okay, thank you. The next change is on paragraph 5300.73. When we talk about the factors that might impact the evaluation of a level of threat by the sustainability assurance practitioner. Again, the board spent some time on this paragraph discussing the construct of this paragraph, and also whether some of the lines should be included here or not. So the work stream took on board the comments provided and tried to make it clearer. And so we decided to, line A had previously three ideas in it. It mentioned the provision of sustainability assurance engagement subject to the independent standards in Part 5 as a factor. It also mentioned the provision of an audit engagement as a factor, and whether the client of either of these two services was a PI. And so what we've done here is to split these three ideas. And so we now have A, as a factor, the provision of sustainability assurance engagement within the scope of the international independent standards. B, we have the provision of an audit engagement. And now we have D, referring to whether the client is a PI might also be a factor impacting the evaluation of the level of a threat. Just drawing your attention to the line C, which mentions the provision of other services, which again we also the board or some participants suggested eliminating this line. However, the workstream considered that the provision of other services, might be assurance services or non-assurance services, would still be a relevant factor to consider. In other words, the accumulation of other services to assist with a sustainability assurance engagement and possibly also an audit engagement would still be a relevant factor to consider. Whether it increases or doesn't the evaluation of the threat, of the level of the threat, but again, it's still an important factor to consider whether there are additional services being provided.
Nature.
Yeah, and to address some of those comments saying, but these services can be anything, we also added this final part here in line C, referring to also taking into consideration the nature of those additional services. Again, we don't think we can list here all of the assurance or non-assurance services that can be provided and that could impact the evaluation of the level of threat, but just to consider the nature of those services, whether they have an impact or not. In terms of the construct of this paragraph, the idea was to have the first 3 lines dedicated to the nature of the services. So sustainability assurance engagement, audit engagement, other services, and the last one dedicated to the nature of the client, whether it's a PI or not. And I would maybe stop here for any comments.
Thank you, Laura. Are there any comments? Amarjit, please.
One very minor, just a drafting suggestion, and I'm not fussy about it. Should we say for which or for whom? Just a word. And also in D, whether you want to say which or who. Instead of which, you want to say who or. But as I said, I'm not fussy about it, so it's okay.
So we've toyed with the whom and the which. It's the use of who or whom would be more related to a person, an individual, and since the client is most of the times an entity, that's why we chose which.
Okay. Any other comment? If not, Laura.
Thank you. So moving on to the next change. Almost there. Okay, so this is not really a new change. It's something that we presented at the Tuesday session, but since it was something that was a result of an advanced comment and was not included in the version that was posted for the board's consideration ahead of this meeting, it's just to give another chance for board members to react to this alternative wording for that one piece of what is the purpose of the discussions between the practitioner and the entity when no CLAR is identified. The only change that we made here is now in markup. We added external in front of auditor because that's the expression that the code uses, is external auditor and not just auditor. So again, it's just an editorial. And so I would pause here for any possible comments.
Thank you, Laura. No comments? Okay.
Okay, thank you. So moving on to the next change. So this is just an editorial change to make this paragraph, which is the requirement for communication between the practitioner and the auditor when no CLAR is identified and they belong to the same firm. Instead of having just 5 lines of text, we're just breaking it in A and B, also following the construct that is used in the extant code in part 3. And so again, no substantive changes here. It's just an editorial to make it clear for following a comment that we received offline.
Yeah, it's interesting how I didn't pick this up when it was all in one line, because I read this over and over and over again last night when I first looked at it. But I think it's literally says, when the sustainability assurance client is a component of an audit client. And I think my mind was blown on whether the sustainability assurance client is a component of the client as opposed to that. Usually the case is that the reporting entity is going to be the client, and then the sustainability client is the whole larger reporting entity. This sounds like the sustainability client that the firm is being engaged only to be the sustainability audit client, a sustainability client of a component, which I'm I guess I'm sharing my being I don't know what the right word is on that, because I was fine with the words there was before, and I realize that doesn't mean the meaning is any different. So I guess I'm just rather than keep that to myself, I thought I would just share that just to see if that's some conundrum. I mean, I think the answer is going to be right. It's saying that you're the same firm. And I think the issue is whether whether the particular people who find the suspected no-CLAR are working on a component for that audit, or whether they're working. Yeah, and so I just don't think there'll be a circumstance where the sustainability client will be only a component of the audit client. But I think that's literally what we have here, and I don't know how to fix it. I don't know if it's really significantly broken, but it was language that worked. I think it worked in the financial statement section because there wasn't this other parallel engagement. So anyway, I don't have a suggestion, so I just.
Do I understand well the case that you are saying is maybe not addressed is that if you are the assurance practitioner on a client that is a component of another company? Because if that's the case, when you look at it and you're not engaged anywhere else than on the component, meaning that you are the other practitioner from the point of view of a group, but your client is a component. But when you look at it as this is my client, and you are going through the rules of analyzing the risk with your clients, no? So I do not see why we should add this point of view.
I don't really have a suggestion other than I see logically that the sustainability assurance client refers to, I think, a reporting entity that's issuing a sustainability report.
Mm-hmm.
And when the entity issuing the sustainability report, it sounds like the external auditor is just the external auditor for the component. And that's so is which not necessarily is the external audit for the overall financial statements. I mean, a component is just a construct of an audit, so it doesn't. It could just be a division, a branch, an actual subsidiary, or whatever. But when the sentence was deconstructed, I ended up saying when the sustainability external auditor, when the sustainability assurance client is also a component of an audit client. So, I mean, if no one else is seeing that it's that the sustainability assurance client is only the component, which I just don't think will ever happen. But I think we wanted to close off that the people we're talking about are the component. Well, anyway, I don't know how to describe it any better, but it seemed to me that this was describing a possible circumstance where the sustainability engagement is just of the component, and it just I haven't been able to think that through. But I recognize that in fact that's how it also read before when it was in a single sentence. So it didn't occur to me when I saw it in a single sentence. It just occurred to me now when we had A versus B. So that's Now's the time for me to say it or not. So if you respond to it as you wish.
Thank you, Andy. I think it's a good point, as in we are usually thinking about sustainability assurance engagements as group engagements. But I was thinking about an example. It might not be a very frequent example, but maybe an entity who has several lines of business, and one of them is less green or more green than the others, and they want a sustainability assurance engagements on that line of business that is focused on one of the component entities.
And that's the circumstance I had in my mind too, that if that's what we're saying and that would get cut up and that would have the communication, then I think we're cool on that. Thank you.
I think we're just trying to cover all of our bases here with this paragraph.
Okay. Thank you, Andy and Laura. No, Paul, you okay? And you are final.
No, it is fine. And I was more thinking if that could be picked up in an FAQ, Laura, in workstream 2. I'm just looking at the staff team here as to whether that fine. I mean, your explanation, Laura, if that could be addressed in an FAQ, because somebody else might have the same question that Andy is raising.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. My final change is on the equivalent of this paragraph in part 3, because so we've added this communication requirement for the sustainability assurance practitioner and then also to the auditor. Sorry, I think I've gone too far. Here we go. So again, it's just, and again, apologies, this change in particular was not included in the version that was circulated yesterday because we only made the change in part 5. And then we remembered that there's an equivalent provision in part 3. And so we've made that confirming amendment now, but it's exactly the same. It's just breaking this, paragraph and including an A and a B for clarity purposes.
Okay, no comments?
Great. So I would hand it over to John now for the changes that we made in the reporting part.
Thank you, Laura. Yeah, so there was only 2 particular items in sustainability reporting. So the first one is paragraph 220.4A3. That's it there. So the suggestion was from a participant to change or to consider changing but to or. So the workstream 2 considered that, and we think it actually enhances the example and actually broadens its applicability so that it would actually capture where there is undue weight placed on corroborating information, also where there's insufficient weight placed on contradictory information, but also where there is undue weight and insufficient weight. So it sort of captures the 3 different scenarios. So we thought that actually was a good suggestion and enhanced the example. So we'll just pause there unless there's any comments.
No comments?
Nope. The next one is just in paragraph 220.5A1 and the 4th bullet point there. So there was a suggestion to consider changing selecting to selectively. And again, workstream 2 considered that. We don't think it's necessary to make the change because in this instance, it would actually limit the example. So at the moment, it's talking about 3 particular actions. So selecting, omitting or obscuring, whereas if we change selecting to selectively, we're just talking about selectively omitting or selectively obscuring. So we think it would actually reduce or limit the applicability of the example. Also, the lead into the examples is around the exercise of discretion, which is really an exercise of it's being selective. So we think that that's already captured anyway. And also a number of other examples within this paragraph use the word selecting as well. So we thought it was consistent with the other examples. So we'll just pause there in case there's any comments on that one.
Thank you, John. No comments.
Yep, that's it for sustainability reporting.
So thank you very much to all of you, task force, work stream, staff, Laura, John, Jeff, who had a very important contribution as well. If there are no other comments, questions, concerns, doubts, we will now move to vote, not to vote to, because the vote will be after, but I'd like to know if everyone if there is anything that you want to say before the vote or ask before the vote, which is going to be taken after we discuss the work stream 1 proposals. Okay, so we can move. We were supposed to have a break in between, but we are well in advance, so it's better to move and discuss and vote things without a break, if I may suggest. Okay, and we can break afterwards. Work stream 1, yeah. Do you prefer to break now? Sorry? Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, then in that case, we can break.
Yeah.
Okay. So let's break and come back in at 10:45 in that case, okay? Thank you. Okay, welcome back. I think that we are still missing someone, and I'll probably wait a few seconds to see if we are all in the room, because this is an important enough discussion not to have everyone in, but yeah, we are already 2 minutes after the agreed time, so we'll probably start. So second part of the discussion on the sustainability standards, we will now go through the amendments or adjustments made by workstream 1 over the last 2 days in a very hectic pace and work to accommodate the comments received during the discussion last Monday. And after that, we will go for the vote on the sustainability related standards, which means the workstream 1, workstream 2 proposals all together. Thank you very much for, of course, the work done over these 2 years, but also over the last 2 days, which we now have been very demanding and very exigent, but I'm sure that successful. Mark, I'm going to pass to you for the presentation.
Okay, thank you, Gabriella. So what we're going to do is Sylvia's going to share the text. We're going to work through the package. We will flag for the board editorial changes that have been made, and thank you to everyone who's given comments and noted things that we've grown blind to, because we've read this text so many times that you stop being able to see things. And then what we'll do is we'll pause for a number of items that are the more substantive changes to make sure that we've properly reflected the feedback from board members. So that's the way we plan to run through it. It will take a little while because we've only got 141 pages. And I will hand over to Sylvia, who will take you through, and then I'll come back for some of the more substantive items.
Thank you. Probably I will just enlarge it a bit. I don't know.
It's large enough.
Not the text, just the screen. Is it okay? Is it visible? Yes. A bit more. Okay. 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 So basically, we are in section 5,400, where we propose some renumbering. Mainly, we realized that there was a mismatch in the numbering that we now corrected. And the next change is on 400.3F, where we referred to the ISQM1 and the wording of the ISQM1, and it was raised that in the approved standards, IESBA used a different language when referred to standards at least as demanding as ISQM1. So we corrected that to have a full alignment. It also is simply an editorial one. Throughout the 400, we again proposed some editorial changes that I wouldn't highlight here. And I believe the next substantial change that we made is not even substantial, but the next change is in 5405. In 5405, two A1B and A1C. These are the two paragraphs that describing the content of subsection A and subsection B. And we use slightly different language in these two paragraphs that some suggested that should be consistent. So the only change that we made is now we are using the same language when describing the content in subsection A and subsection B, referring to the group firm, the component practitioners, and the members as well. Then the next section, the next paragraph is 5405 2A3. This is the guidance on the meaning of performing assurance work at a component. Yeah.
Can I have a question? Just a general point. Is the type of numbering program to be redraft in order to make it, let's say, more conventional? Because there are some, I can live with it, but I wonder whether you are planning to review the numbering, because it seems that it is something that we started from another document, then we added with C, A, B, and so on. But probably it is time now to go back to the normal convention. If not, it's fine. It's not an issue, but I wonder whether this is something we can consider.
So the reason we have these numbering, because at the beginning of the project, our intention was to keep the numbering aligned with the corresponding provisions in part 4A. So whenever there is an additional provision that is not in part 4A, that's when we use these little a numbering. So now the part 4A and part 5, when there is the same provision, they have the corresponding number as well.
But actually, given you've made the point, Luigi, we probably need to put something somewhere to explain that to people, because otherwise it's hardly intuitive. It looks like some sort of medieval Roman library cataloguing system. And therefore we need to explain that what we've sought to do is align the numbering with part 4A.
Okay, so the next change, as I mentioned, is the guidance on the meaning of performing assurance work at. And the workstream one discussed this paragraph again, and with board members as well. And the changes we propose, as you can see, is we made some streamlining to the leading paragraph as well to really enhance the meaning of it. And the other thing is that we included a new bullet point, really on the points that was raised during the discussion, that how should we treat the assurance procedures that the group firm performed. Slowly toward the purpose is to determine whether an entity or a business unit is a component or not. And the changes you can see highlighted in yellow now is not in the version that was circulated yesterday. We made these clarification based on the comments we have received in this morning. And I will turn to Mark to...
So just to sort of run through, obviously you've got 3 bullets there. The first one is explaining where the independence requirements apply. The second 2 bullets are intended to address a lot of the feedback that we had and some of the issues that we discussed earlier this week, which is we've always said with respect to the value chain, we've been very clear about where independence is required and independence is not required. There was still an element of uncertainty that a number of board members raised with us over whether or not you're subject to independence requirements when a group sustainability assurance practitioner is carrying out an exercise to determine whether or not something is a component at which you will be carrying out assurance work. And therefore, the new bullet is intended to provide clarity so that where you are just carrying out the exercise to assess whether or not something is a component that you will carry out assurance work at, you do not need to be independent. Now, the inclusion of the additional word solely is to equally make absolutely sure that that only applies in this circumstance when you are doing this sustainability assurance engagement. And we're not telling everybody for everything you ever do with the code, you don't need to be independent for the purposes of a planning procedure. But we hope that what this has now done is it's provided greater clarity over how the independence requirements will apply in these circumstances. I will pause there.
It is now the time. I didn't know if you were just highlighting these and then we'll go back on a page turn. So I didn't want to interrupt.
No, please.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Yeah, well, I do appreciate the effort of the words added to the text. I mean, I am concerned because a great deal of text has been added, and I'm not sure this is going to result. I am sure this is not going to result in consistent performance. I mean, the standard that's required is, expressed in 5405.32, which is the group sustainability assurance firm shall be independent at which the firm performs assurance work for purposes of the report. And then this application guidance, as I understand it, is intended to interpret or limit or put some fences around that concept. And perhaps pun intended, it is somewhat of a game of whack-a-mole, which, thank you, which it concerns me that there is a whole panoply of what auditing is, what audit procedures are done, including overall analytical procedures, and I'm concerned about the location-specific aspect of independence requirements and how independence can be specifically not required if it's done at a group level, as opposed to, say, at a component level or a subcomponent level or necessarily the value chain level. And think that's good. This is going to create some practice inconsistencies. For example, if the work is done at the group level, I understand this is saying if you can look at the records at the group level, you're okay. If those same auditors get in a car and drive across town and do something at the customer, not okay. You have to be independent. And I'm just troubled by that as a concept. I think either you're not independent and you need to be independent in both cases or not. I mean, I think, as you know, my views is I don't believe that independence is required because the customers and suppliers are external source of information to the reporting entity, and the reporting entity takes those assertions on board. And I would be happy with the conceptual framework being issued, being in play. But what occurs to me in looking at this bullet point is the purview of the auditor to decide how and when and where they attempt to get sufficient appropriate evidence for the sustainability report is not our business and is up to the auditor's judgment, and somehow it could be done to circumstances. So in the case of customers and suppliers, where the customers and suppliers authorize the access of information about them, the customer, I'll just talk about a customer, and either that information is now sent up to the group level for presumably our reporting client to look at, and if the reporting client looks at it, then the SAP looks at it, or they make it available maybe at a component. For example, a client that has a a corporate headquarters in London, and they have components in North America, and the auditors might decide there are 18 components in North America. One of them is in Boston, and the reporting entity decides that it's the Boston component, it's the Boston location, because the reporting entity doesn't know what our components are. It's not a accounting term. But at that Boston location, that's the place where all the customers and suppliers are to send the information to. So it's not done at the group level, and it's not done at the value chain component level. It's done at a different component level, and I think it's uncertain as to what would be required here. I still stand by my view that in most cases, the assertions will be made by the reporting entity, and that the independence is not required because of that factor. And what I see in these 3 bullet points and the several dozen words that have been added to the text in the last week is a fairly complex series of bifurcations, trifurcations, splitting out of the audit process. And I'm not certain that in the spirit of what you would like to accomplish, that we've accomplished this, because I think there could be a whole variety of circumstances that the SAP is going to present. So I think a more principle-based approach. But again, my principle-based approach is that I would have taken out all the text dealing with the independence of a value chain component and relied on the existing conceptual framework. So I appreciate that the playground is getting smaller, which means it has less of an impact. But intellectually and conceptually, I can't say that that's okay. We got together, we found more areas where it doesn't make sense, that there aren't even more areas where it does make sense, or situations where this is going to result in a non-answer. And I am concerned with the operationality, the enforceability, and the interoperational ability with the auditing standards, where our ethical construct is so focused on the location of where the practitioners are, as opposed to the nature of the assertions being made. So my improvement would be to take out the requirements in 31, 32, 33, and not have to have this torturous guidance, to leave it to the conceptual framework, and to see how it goes in the post-implementation review and add additional requirements if needed at that point. So work stream 1, and all who helped, that's the best I could do for you at this point, just to give you, my overarching views. So thank you for listening.
No, thank you, Andy. And the ongoing dialogue has been appreciated in helping us navigate through. I think I said the other day, if I could turn the clock back 2 years and start with a blank sheet of paper, would everything go the way it's gone? Well, firstly, the way in which these assurance engagements will be carried out is determined by what's in ISSA 5000, and the idea that there is an exercise whereby the assurance practitioner determines in scoping their assurance engagement the components where they need to carry out assurance work means that we have to have something that reflects the nature of that exercise. I also think, going back to even the consultation and all of the engagement that we've done when the exposure draft was out there, there's still strong agreement in principle that someone providing assurance over information should be independent of the entity that they're providing assurance over. And in a sense, what we've sought to do is go through the process that ISSA 5000 leads you through and say, well, actually, if we want to operationalize this, how do we do it? And we recognize that there are certain things where it is important that the practitioner is independent. Equally, we've been able to identify, and we're very grateful to board members for the time and effort that they've spent with us going through this process, where we've been able to say, actually, we can clarify that there is no independence requirement here because it is actually part of an exercise to determine the shape of the engagement that you will do, and it's not actually the provision of assurance. Absolutely agree with you that we'll need to keep an eye on this, and we'll need to look at the post-implementation review about how does this work. But I think this is one of the consequences of writing standards as we've done and as the IEESB have done, where the market is yet to develop. So, we are at sort of best efforts. And I do think it shows the importance, as we've discussed earlier this week, of IESBA having the ability to monitor the way in which the market develops and respond quickly if actually, new things develop. And I know that we've talked in the margins of this meeting about, well, we expect over time, it's highly likely that one-to-many reports will happen. And therefore, we'll have to make sure that we've got a framework that works for that. But I think, from a principles perspective, we believe that we do. So, I think we have spent a long time considering the best way that we can try to deliver this within a number of red lines about the way in which the engagements are constructed. And I think, the work stream is confident that we have sought to take on board the feedback around making this operational. And now we have to sort of get to a stage where we allow it to be tested. We develop the implementation support material that sits around it. And, we look at what our next steps are. But we do think that what we've done, albeit clunky, is a way of removing a higher level of independence requirements over parts of the engagement that would risk giving us a situation that was hard to operationalize at all. And therefore, what we've done, we believe, is recommend to the board something that protects the public interest over the assurance engagement in the best way that we can.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. And I am concerned for, I guess I would also add my concern that of all the things we're voting on, this has the most text that's moving at the end. And I'm concerned always about text moving at the end because have we properly considered and vetted the text? And in the conceptual framework exists in this document when it gets issued as it is otherwise. It's that clunkiness of the text that I think is going to be problematic. But I did want to make sure we're in violent agreement in, which is that the sustainability assurance practitioner must be independent of the entity. And as is stated in S1 and S2, the IESB's reporting standards, is the reporting entity for sustainability assurance purposes is the same reporting entity for financial statement purposes. And of course, they need to be independent of that entity. What we're dealing with differences is the entity, according to the reporting standards in S1 and S2 so far, uses both internal and external information and reports that information in their sustainability report. So I don't want anyone to misinterpret that I'm in any way trying to give anyone a pass of not being independent of the entity. So I did want the record to reflect that. And if you're interested in being independent of the entity is the same for the SAP report, which includes external information, as it is for the financial statement, which does not include that. And that has been my mantra since last year, is that it's entity independence, not evidence independence. So different E. So no, I appreciate it. It's very cumbersome, and I certainly don't mean to rain on. Well, I don't. My intention is not to rain anyone's parade for the sake of doing that, but in just my own practice, I'm always concerned when there's lots of text added at the end. And I don't know how many task force meetings I've been in where text gets added and the next day we come back and we read it again and we say, oh my gosh, that's wrong and we have to change it, even when we've all kind of agreed it's correct. And that's harder to do in this document when it's 200 pages long and we have to consider the various aspects of it. So I think unless I need to respond directly to anyone's questions or comments, I think Chair and Task Force and Workstream, I'm through. Thank you.
Thank you, Andy. Luigi, do you still want to say something? No, Christelle, please.
I just wanted to react to Andy's point because it pushed me into the fact that maybe I didn't understand well what was written now. What I understand is that we are not seeking at where stands the information on which assurance procedure is done, but who is responsible for this information and answering to your questions as an assurance practitioner. If you do it wherever in the group, it can be delegated to some of its component, why not? Or some of it entity, an administration entity or whatever. That's your dialogue with the group, your client. So there is no, you have already the right independence level towards the group. When it comes to a situation where it is possible and you deemed it necessary for your assurance opinion to go to the VCC, not physically, to the data of the VCC and have a detailed dialogue on how they performed this information, etc., that might lead to deep discussion. That's for the moment where I've put my frontier, but the group should confirm or not. You have deep discussion on where that information come from, how it was built, etc., etc., or in the systems. Where there you should be independent of your counterpart of information. That's my understanding. So it's not a question of location. Huh? It's a question of who is taking the responsibility for showing you, answering, and be, is it proprietary, yeah, of the information? This was my understanding, but please.
So I guess I will respond to that because I do agree the people taking responsibility for the information are the ones providing the assertions in the sustainability report. But I believe, according to the standards and all, is that it's still the reporting entity. They're taking responsibility. It'll be the reporting entity that's subject to regulatory environments, lawsuits, or other aspects. So even though that's coming from a customer of that reporting entity, the reporting entity is not an unwitting accomplice in that. They are required to follow whatever procedures they need to in good governance to take the information from the customers and disclose it in some amalgamated fashion in its report. They're taking responsibility for it. And then as an assurance provider, we're going to the reporting entity and saying, oh, where'd this information come from? They said, well, it came from the customer. And then we decide as an auditor what to do. You say, oh, that's enough. Show me what you have. Or maybe we're going to go out there, look at the meter, look around at people, see, in fact, that they're not abusing their employees, whatever it might happen to be. And while the issue may result with that customer or supplier, that's just evidence we're gathering at the customer and supplier to support the assertion made by our reporting entity. So again, I think I'm in violent agreement, but I think I might be seeing the glass as half empty and you might be seeing it as half full and making a decision on that. So.
Absolutely the case. You know, we have got lots of half full and half empty glasses. And you know, the principle that we're all looking at is the need to be independent when you're providing assurance. The thing is, as we look more and more into the application, for instance, of S1 and S2 in the context of large and complex organizations, there will be a multiplicity of different assurance requirements. One will be at the group level, the overall consolidated assurance report. However, in order to prepare that assurance report, particularly in respect of some of the things that we've discussed over the value chain, there will be a need for assurance of that subject matter. And so therefore, that's why we have to follow the approach that we've taken. But we have done so carefully. And I suppose the other point that I will make, and it is, I do recognise that the text has moved, but actually, in 140 pages of independent standards, the movement in the text has been pretty much around 6 or 7 paragraphs. And we're spending an awful lot of time and effort to focus on that, to make sure that we get to the right place. And that is something that we've taken incredibly seriously.
Thank you, Mark, for that comment and for reassuring us in that respect. Sungnam, please.
Thank you. I hope it's the last comment I made about independence. Back to the screen, second bullet, second row, we may not need is because of the change. That's it. Is, strike out is, the above.
Thank you, Sungnam.
How do you do that? I worked with a man who used to sit on our board, and you would sit there and we would have a huge pile of papers. And without looking up, he would go, on page 548 of the pack. And it's a skill. It's an incredible skill. Thank you.
Yeah, it's not artificial intelligence, I'm sure. Ken, please.
Well, just not to again prolong the discussion on Andy's comments, but I just want to remind the board that the approach under this IESA, insofar as value chain components are concerned, is fully consistent with the approach that we have in ETGA, the provisions that deal with group audits independence. And there, even though the assertions, Andy, to your point, the assertions are coming from the group management under the ETGA provisions in section 405, independence is required of the group components. So I was trying to recall whether you had supported those provisions or not, and maybe you did, maybe you abstained or didn't vote again for those provisions. But if that's the case, at least you're maintaining a level of consistency.
If I can, in that circumstance, those entities you're referring to are considered part of the entity of the financial statement issuer. So I'm being entirely consistent with where we came up with the ETGA because it was part of the entity. I mean, I can read this to you later, but in the S1, it says an entity, the reporting entity, shall use all reasonable and supportable information that's available to the entity at the report date. An entity may use various sources of data that both be internal and external. And so my point is that the reporting entity, which is the same as in the ETGAs, and it's defined as the exact same entity. So my views are entirely consistent, is using external sources of information. And those external sources of information are not what the reporting entity may use without it being reasonable and supportable. So it's the reporting entity's job to assert that it's reasonable and supportable. They don't have to use it. They could modify it. They could even disclose it as our value chain has reported this information to us and we're providing it to you without verification. So it's all in that. So I appreciate the approach is consistent, but it's consistent in an analogous sort of way. I don't believe that analogy it holds up because of my entity versus evidence position. So I appreciate the comments, Ken, and I felt I needed to explain why I think those positions are different.
Thanks, Andy.
Yeah, and just to be clear, Andy, if your position is about consistency, then I do not believe there is an argument to even require the application of the conceptual framework, because if that's the case, one would still be expecting independence under the conceptual framework. So it's either something or nothing, but I don't believe we can require the application of the conceptual framework in relation to value chain components, because you would still be requiring independence.
Well, the conceptual framework would apply to, because I mean, I appreciate that there can be big, intimate issues that come up where I would say, oh my gosh, I'm uncomfortable here. And that's where I see the conceptual framework being the catch-all. Because we don't need a conceptual framework if we're certain that our rules and application guidance catch all possible circumstances. So, I mean, I think it has been a great deal of energy on behalf of this board, on behalf of the work stream. I mean, we went out with an exposure draft that said value chain are not components, and now we have a different aspect. So I think it is also, for me, evidence of this is a clunky area that maybe has massive unintended consequences, and portability to, I mean, I actually hadn't thought about that. If we decide that you don't need to be independent because you're doing planning work for, you know, in the way you've had it, that somehow that someone could make a similar analogy in some sort of financial statement audit world. And I'm not ready to talk about that now, but yeah. I think that level of complexity is unfortunate for this document. I would have had it much more high level, much more principles based, so that practitioners would not need to look at 3 paragraphs of application guidance or 4 paragraphs, which is just a chunk. Because I think if you have a big graph of all the possible auditing procedures that then can be performed by groups, components, et cetera, I think we've picked off a couple of them, and they're I don't think anyone's asserting that they're all of them, but I do appreciate the text has improved from November, but not. So I thank you for
No,
that.
thank you, Andy. No,
but it's like when I had a messy room as a kid, and I put away some things, but there was still a lot of mess. My parents weren't satisfied, so I'm still not satisfied. But I do want to acknowledge and appreciate the improvements made.
Thank you. And you know, I think we have got to this point. I believe this is the best way that we can navigate forward. We will be responsive, and we will listen to feedback as people start using this. I think the term that I would use, it's a Marmite paragraph. Some people will love, some people will hate. I'm reasonably comfortable that I will probably end up having 5402A3 chiseled on my headstone. It may well be the legacy. But I do think it's the best way that we've found to navigate through. And of course, the other thing that I should have said is that earlier in the week, we did discuss some of the text that was in the grey boxes when we posted the papers to help with the applicability and the explanations. Sylvia has now moved a lot of the grey box text into the basis for conclusions to provide that more comprehensive view of why we've got to where we've got to. So I think that's what I propose to say on 5402A3. So Sylvia, I'll hand back to you and we'll move on.
Thank you, Mark. So the next, in 5405, in subsection A, we didn't propose any changes. The next changes are under subsection B with respect to the assurance work performed at the value chain component. And the changes are made to respond to a couple of comments we heard at the Monday meeting. As you can see, we also propose to include some additional wording in the basis for conclusion that we come to later today to clarify really some of the points that's included in subsection B. And we heard that probably there would be a benefit of being a bit more detailed in the basis for conclusion as well. So now we did it. And the other change that we made is when we are talking about the independence consideration applicable to individuals, we really followed the logic we had with respect to the firm as well. So now we have 3 separate subsection for the group firm, the component practitioner within the network and outside the network. So it's really just a reordering. We included 540530A2, a new application material where we clarify that if it's a group firm performing the assurance work, then the group sustainability assurance members from any other component practitioner doesn't need to be independent from the value chain component. So again, this is really a clarification that was suggested. As another editorial in 540530A1, we struck out the reference to when the work is performed for the purposes of the group sustainability assurance engagement, because the application material was already quite lengthy. So the approach is now that we kept it in every requirement, but we deleted it from the application material. Is really just to trying to be more clear and provide a more streamlined document. So that's the changes we made with respect to the individuals. Oh, sorry, there is another one that you can see highlighted in yellow in the middle. It's just a reference we received this morning. It's just for consistency when we're referring to members of the group sustainability assurance team. We usually they are within or engaged by component firm or a group firm. So it's not the from. And again, that's consistent with the text we used elsewhere. And it was pointed out that in a couple of paragraphs, there was some difference from that wording. So we corrected it. So I think I would pause here to see if there's any comments on the changes to the considerations applicable to individuals. So 30A, 30B, and 31. No comments?
No comments, apparently.
Okay.
Thank you.
So regarding the independence considerations applicable to the assurance firm, we made the same editorial changes that I just described above. The other, again, substantive change that we made in 540533, that we referred to network firm that performs assurance work. And just for consistency, we refer to component practitioner within the network that performs assurance work. Again, it's not a substantive change. That was our original intent as well. It was just pointed out that probably if we use that wording, that's clearer. And I think that's all, and no more changes for the rest of the section. So I think I will just pause if there's any comments in general to the changes we made in subsection B, which is assurance work at the value chain component. The next section where we propose some changes is section 5405. This is using 5406, thank you. Using the, not going back, when we are using the work of another practitioner. And previously, in the requirements, we said that the firm needs to be satisfied that another practitioner satisfies the independence requirements in part 5. So we find that there is quite a lot of words of satisfy. Therefore, we just reworded these requirements a bit, and we now using the word meet instead of satisfy. So the practitioner needs to confirm that the practitioner meets the independence requirement in this part. So that's simply the reason of the change in 5406.5. And in 5465A1, this is the application material that really explains that if the firm cannot confirm the other practitioner independence, the firm cannot conclude that the practitioner is independent in accordance with its requirements. And previously, we referred to the assurance standards, and it was pointed out that it might be a bit circular. So we deleted that second sentence, but that wouldn't change the actual meaning or the actual intent, that it's still not within the remit of the independence standards to say that the firm cannot use the work. That's simply what we can say. So As you can see in the rest of section 5406, simply the wording or the changes are around these two topics, to using the meet instead of satisfy, and to delete the reference to the assurance standards in the application material. So I will just pause here to see if there's any comments on the changes to 5406. No. Then I believe the next, we can go through many sections here. We didn't propose changes. There is only one change that we proposed in subsection 5603 regarding the valuation and other advisory services and forward-looking information, which is only an editorial change where at some place we missed the reference to the advisory services and we simply refer to forward-looking information. That wasn't correct. So we corrected this mistake. I will get there shortly. Here it is. So again, it's not a substantive change. Throughout the document, we are referring to valuation and advisory services or forward-looking information. So we just corrected this one. And I can see the comment from Rich.
Yeah, so you just said something that was helpful to me, I think. I just want to make sure I understand it. We're saying that this, because we've changed the title to this section 5403 and then made the change here, which deviates from what's in the extant code for valuation. So I'm sorry, 603 and is solely around valuation. And the rationale is that because there could be services around forward-looking information, we've expanded what 5603 relates to.
Thanks, Rich. So the reason for us doing so is that when we developed the original exposure draft, we got feedback from our SRG, from our reference group, that actually what we needed to do was contextualize this in how they believed it would actually work in the context of one of these types of engagements. So that has driven the change, and that's why this section differs from the requirements that are in the extant code.
Okay. And where you actually made the change in the paragraph a little bit farther down.
Yes,
it is subject to all of the conditions that are otherwise in that paragraph, then I believe.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Yes. So then going forward, I just want to point out that in the glossary, we didn't propose change. However, regarding the determination of a group component, we included some wording that would go into the basis for conclusion to clarify some of the points that we discussed with respect to the determination of a group component and how we would deal with the passive investment in a component. So that's included now, or yes, to be added in the basis for conclusion. And the next change is with respect to the effective date and the deferral of the provisions with respect to value chain components. As you can see, the changes we made is extended the period of the deferral from 1 year to 18 months. And also we clarified that the deferral would be applicable not only to the provisions in section 5405, but also for 5406. So when the firm uses the assurance work of another practitioner. And given that change, we also proposed a new criteria below in case the firm decides to use this deferral and intends to use the assurance work of another practitioner. The firm may rely on the statements of the independent practitioner's assurance report in that case. So again, this addition to the criteria is because we now included section 5406 to the deferral, and we wanted to provide some relevant ethical requirements for that period as well.
And it's probably worth saying that we discussed at length the the transitional provisions, so providing relief in respect of 5405 and 5406. We had started off with a 1-year deferral. We've had a lot of conversations where people say, well, actually, it's giving people headroom to move along the journey to adopt this and use it. And we see this as being an important contribution towards ensuring the adoption and use of this new section of the code. The work stream decided that we would extend the deferral through to July 1, 2028. And we did that because we recognise that that then allows 31 December year ends, 31 March year ends and 30 June year ends to benefit from that deferral if they so wish to. So we have listened to people and provided more headroom. But of course, if people wish to move ahead and use the full provisions of this section of the code, then they are able to do so. And of course, the key thing is to say that the overall effective date remains aligned with the IASB and ISSA 5000.
One more thing, I just wanted to point out that there is some change highlighted in yellow that you couldn't see in the text that was posted. It was pointed out for us that when we are talking to value chain components, it's only in the context of a group engagement. So now when we refer to the firm, we clarify that actually it's the group sustainability assurance firm. So again, it's an editorial clarification, not a change.
So that. Sorry, Luigi.
Sorry, can you explain to me, because it is not really very clear to me, point B, when it is written may rely on a statement of independence or other assertion of independence, does it mean that it is any assertion to any independence? Let's assume the code of conduct of a particular professional performing this assurance work, which is completely unrelated and does not satisfy the requirements of the Part 5. Is this meaning you are intending? Because it is not clear to me, just to understand.
So the intention is to be flexible for the time being in respect of this. So when we started having this discussion, it was a recognition that what we should be allowing people to use is a statement of independence in an assurance report. But there is a recognition that that could take other forms. So it might not necessarily just be something that is contained within the assurance report, and that there might be other assertions of independence that are available. So the work stream proposed that we should use those, particularly at this early stage, because we recognise that particularly in respect of non-professional accountants that might be doing this work, we will have to flex to allow independence to be demonstrated through a number of different means. Now, as long as that independence is the same high level of independence, and we recognise that that might be a question for jurisdictions to get involved in, but we recognise that there need to be a sort of different routes to satisfying this.
Sorry, Mark. Maybe it's me, but I'm not a clear understanding on this matter. Is it a form difference or a substance difference? Because if it is just form, we are not providing any relief at all. If it is substance, I need to understand which substance.
So it is a substance difference, because it's effectively something that is not as demanding in that respect, and you know, otherwise we would have ended up with this bullet with effectively a hole in it in terms of what was acceptable by way of confirming independence. So that is what has led us to do this. It's not purely a thing about form. It is intended to be a thing of substance too, and therefore we've put the additional material that was sitting below this within the basis for conclusions as well, to make that clear.
So it is not explained as in such details in the material, but we can definitely add further wording in the proposed addition to clarify this point as well.
No, my point is, are we implying that in whichever is the form, this independence is equivalent, meets, satisfy the requirement of Part 5, or an assurance service provider, group sustainability assurance provider may accept compliance with the code of conduct of a certain professional, to the extent that in this code of conduct there is a page that states you need to be independent, full stop, without any requirement.
So if I may, Luigi, didn't we only intend it to work only for the 18 months or that period? So it's that up until you get to 1st July 2028, in case someone wants to use, let's say, Part 4B, 4Es, you can use that up until the full start date. So that's what we are. So you're right. It's not the same independence. It could be, as you were referring to, engineer's code that certain to. So, but it will only be allowed during that 18 months.
Sorry again. Now, it is clear that it is temporary, so that's fine. This is not in discussion. I wanted to know, to have a clear understanding whether we are just, let's say, rephrasing the same requirement, or it is a different type of requirement, and it is really a low bar, because otherwise it is not a deferral, it is something else.
We just wanted to be sure that there is something else than nothing. You know what I mean? That there is, if you're relying on that information or using that information, that you have a kind of statement and not only having nothing. So there shouldn't be a deferral without anything, but having a statement. I think that was the idea.
Thank you, Jens. May I give the floor to Sungnam, who is waiting for some time?
Yeah, thank you. Further to our discussion about this paragraph, I'd like to have clarification in terms of the phrase, the form may rely on statement. It looks like not a requirement, but on the other hand, in the box, at the bottom of the box, it says in the sustainability assurance provider may only use the option if the practitioner still complies with the all criteria A and B, A, B, C. So there is what kind of disconnection in the approach. So I'd like to hear what the logic is. That's one thing. And second thing is in the paragraph C, it says the form shall publicly disclose that specific independent provisions. We say specific. I wonder if we need that word, because it implies to me that we allow partial adoption of the standard. So that's my question. Thank you.
So regarding point B, it meant to be, yes, a criteria for using the deferral and using the work of another practitioner is to meet the point in point B, but we cannot say that the firm shall rely, because it is only an option. So we cannot require the firm to rely on the statement. So that's why we chose the wording. But indeed, the firm can only use the work of another practitioner if meets these criteria that is currently in point B. Regarding the certain, it's meant that it's not, sorry, regarding the specific, it meant that not specific independence provision with respect to you performing assurance work, specific independence provision in IESBA, that is now section 5405 and 5406, but I believe it's only, so we can take it out, the specific if that's...
Yeah, delete it. So yes, that's helpful. We'll delete specific.
Okay.
Okay.
Sorry, Mark, Rich still
Sorry,
wants to.
Rich.
Yeah, so this is, I think, a clarity point, but I'm trying to understand. If a sustainability assurance in A, if a sustainability assurance firm or component practitioner performs the work at a value chain, they would apply the conceptual framework under 5120 during this deferral period or this extended period. In B, if the firm intends to use the work of another practitioner, which would, based on the definition of other practitioner, that would be a situation when the group sustainability assurance firm does not have a sufficient and appropriate involvement. They may rely on a statement of independence in the practitioner's assurance report or other assurance to be satisfied about the practitioner's independence. What I think, so one of my points would be, if you read the standard, what seems to be missing here is if you can't get that assertion, then you can't use the work of another practitioner. And then this second question, that's a question really, is that the intent of this? And then the second question I have is, we did have early in this process presentations from non-PA practitioners who in fact had what they asserted was an ethics and independence code. However, it was so construed at the time. If they were to say, I followed that code, which I think in one organization's case was a self-developed code, is that sufficient under this? And then is that what would be disclosed in part C, that sustainability practitioner X asserted that they only followed Y?
So in respect of your questions, Rich, on the first one about do you get to a stage where you wouldn't be able to use the work of that practitioner, that is where the assurance standard leads you. Because if they have not applied, if they've not been subject to applicable ethics and independence requirements, you can't use their work. So that is a consequence, not of us, but a consequence of the assurance standard. And the point that you make about C, that's correct. So in that transitional period, if you're saying you're using something else, then you need to be transparent over what that is. But of course, that is bounded by that transitional period.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark and Rich. David Clark.
Thank you, Chair. Maybe just two matters of clarification in taking Sylvie's argument a little bit further, her logic a little bit further on the may versus the shall and be. The optionality here is the statement of independence in the practitioner's report or the assertion of independence, other assertion of independence. That's where the may comes into play there. And to Rich's point as well, well, maybe I'll leave that one alone for now for other points to come through.
Thank you.
Okay, Luigi, do you still want to speak?
No, just a request to be sure that in the basis for conclusion, this concept of a statement, even if lower as standard is sufficient, need to be very clearly explained, because maybe it's me, but I had not such clarity when I read this.
Thanks, Luigi. Yes, there will be a clear statement.
Thank you, Luigi. And Mark, Ken, please.
Okay, well, I'll make an attempt at providing a bit of clarification if that's going to be possible here. But first of all, on bullet C, I don't think the change is correct as intended, because the original intent was not so much to disclose the independence provisions, subsection B, whatever it is. It is to disclose the fact that the independence provisions in the IESBA have not been applied, right? So the change that we've made here to disclose the independence provisions applicable to assurance work, etc., is indicating that you must disclose that all of these provisions, paragraphs 5405, all the way to the end. So the wording has to go back to what was, disclose that, and you might delete specific if that helps, but you disclose that independence provisions applicable under the ESA have not been applied. So that in that case, what you're disclosing is the fact that you've not applied those provisions and not that you're listing each and every paragraph. To Luigi's question on bullet B, essentially, Luigi, your comment is about, first of all, is it a question of form or is it a question of substance? It is a question of substance in the sense that what is intended here is to say that for circumstances where the work of another practitioner is intended to be used, that use can proceed if the other practitioner has not complied with the independence requirements under Part 5. You might comply with, let's say, a lower bar, whether it's in Part 4B or whether it's any other provisions outside of the code. That's a substance of it. The form is essentially that it may be done through a statement of independence in the another practitioner's report, or it could be through another mechanism, another route. So my suggestion would be, first of all, maybe to Sungnam's point, to make it very clear that there is, first of all, a requirement for the group sustainability assurance firm to be satisfied that the other practitioner is independent. And in order to be able to obtain that satisfaction, the group sustainability assurance firm may rely on a statement of independence in accordance with Part 4B of this code or some other provisions that address independence. And that can be disclosed in the assurance report, or it can be through another statement, another assertion of independence. Essentially, then that makes it very clear that, first of all, you still need to be satisfied that there is some independence that has gone with that assurance work, but that independence can then be in accordance with Part 4B, which is then less stringent than Part 5, or some of the independence requirements in accordance with, the rules of the other practitioner's profession. So I just want to make sure that the board understands this, because if that's understood, then we can work on the drafting. I don't think it's particularly difficult. We can do it now if the board wants to do it. Sylvia, you could say, so just to maybe just go to the drafting here. The group sustainability assurance firm shall be satisfied that the other practitioner is independent, comma, and in that regard may rely on a statement of independence in accordance with the provisions of Part 4B. Yes, in accordance with the provisions of Part 4B, or other professional requirements may rely or other professional requirements yeah. Yeah, I think what we need to do is yeah, first of all, it's in that regard, so not in that regard. Yeah, and maybe at the end I was going to suggest to add other than part 5, just to make it very clear that we're not just going back to part 5 as well. Yes, other than the IAS in part 5, yes.
Okay. Yeah.
May I please ask you, Sylvia, to read it loud so that
Yes.
everyone is, because some people can't see the
Sorry.
screen very well. So if you could read it in a slow motion, I'd be grateful.
So I cannot see it now either. So if the
I
group,
can read it if you want.
no, I got it. Thank you. If the group sustainability assurance firm intends to use the assurance work of another practitioner, the group sustainability assurance firm shall be satisfied that the other practitioner is independent, and in that regard may rely on a statement of independence in accordance with Part 4B or other professional requirements other than the international independence standards in Part 5.
Just the form instead. Yeah. You can shorten.
So you can drop, you can just say in the second line, the firm, because it's, okay, so, okay. Just keep it, okay.
Okay.
That.
I was just going to ask if everyone is not comfortable, because that's after sure about what has been drafted, has listened, has understood.
Yeah.
Okay.
If I may just, could the IAS Part 5 reference be put at the, because we are in other situation than the IAS Part 5. So if the group, the firm intends to use the assurance work of another practitioner outside of the IAS Part 5, then you have two set of possibilities, the Part 4B or another professional requirement, because the other puzzled me a little bit, but two other.
Yes, but in the first line, Krista, the first line is more referring to the assurance process. So So I think inserting the independence requirements into the assurance process, I think
Maybe that the other practitioner is independent based on other requirement than IAS Part 5, such as, and may rely. You see what I mean? Because that otherwise we have that other than Part 5, which is.
But I think, Christelle, we already deferred Part 5. So the whole criteria would come into the picture if they don't apply those specific provisions in the IIS in Part 5. So I believe there could be no such conclusion.
But no such conclusion?
That they would need to go to the specific provision in Part 5 because those specific provisions are deferred. So these ABC.
But we deemed necessary to add it at the end of the sentence. So my point is, why is it at the end of the sentence? Because we are other than.
It's because other professional requirements other than Part 5, that's together, one term. You know what I mean? It is any other professional requirements other than this.
Which is at the beginning of the
No.
text? No.
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 That's nothing to do with the beginning of the text.
Sorry, if I may, I think that, Christelle, we take your point in terms of the elegance of the drafting, but no, but I take your point, but I think that the changes that we are trying to make risk to leave a few things out or put a few things in, which we do not intend to put. I take your point. Two other in the same sentence is it can be a little, but I think that this explanation that Jens is providing is makes it very clear. It's one sentence, other professional, other, which means which are not in Part 5, but which are not is also not very elegant. So I think if you can live with that, with this explanation, for a matter of avoiding, sorry, for a matter of avoiding any unintended consequence with this turnaround of the words, we might try to live with this, but of course still open for discussion. Luigi, please.
Yeah, I was trying to understand if A or B is met, why C is needed, because in previous transitional rule or deferral or something like that, NAS and other situations, there were no need to publicly disclose. If it is an option granted by the code, why it is necessary to disclose publicly this matter? I really do not understand which is the benefit and why the reason. It is the same when you have a breach in the code. There is no need to publicly disclose this matter. So it seems unreasonable in my view and unbalanced to have this additional condition.
It's just intended to provide transparency, Luigi, that a different requirement is applied. And it's one of the things that in the past we've been told is important, that people need to understand the applicable framework that's been used.
But is the disclosure like the group sustainability assurance practitioner apply the transitional rule, or is the disclosure with respect to value chain A, this is the situation, with respect to value chain B, this is the situation? Because I frankly do not understand why it is needed if we comply, if a group sustainability assurance firm comply with the code, and if the code include a deferral, include a deferral.
But this one, Luigi, is where they're not complying with the code. Or sorry, they're not complying with Part 5 of the code, so therefore they're providing transparency in respect of that.
Yeah, frankly, I do not understand, because if the code provide an option and a deferral, it complies with the code.
Luigi, I think that conceptually you are right, but what the work stream is proposing is an additional level of transparency for those who don't know the code that well and might be misled or not realize that this is being done according to a different provision. So it's really, I think, about clarity and not about adding anything. You're right when you say what is in C would be already there, but the level of compliance with the code, it's a matter of making it clearer for the users. I think, Mark, if you can confirm that. So there is no additional requirement other than clarifying in the report that this is what's being done. So is it superfluous from a conceptual, strictly conceptual point of view? Maybe, but from the perspective of the level of understanding and transparency is an additional contribution. At least that's how I see it.
I think given the pains that we've gone to over the last 2 years to set independence requirements for these types of engagement, it's important to be transparent when those independence requirements are not being applied in the transitional period. And remember that it is only in respect of the transitional period, it's not anything longer. So it is just to cover in that respect.
Okay. Thank you, Mark. Hector.
Very briefly, and simply the editorial, can we avoid the other by saying different than part 5? So we don't have two other.
Yeah, I think we've got rid of your other, Hector, I think.
Okay, thank you. Rania, please.
I wanted to suggest saying that or any other professional requirements, and not necessarily, because I think it's pretty clear that it's other than part 5. So you can just say any other professional requirements. And with regards to Luigi's point, I think it makes sense to keep in that last item, because it draws a distinction between those who have gone for early adoption and those who haven't. So I mean, the users of the report, I mean, because keep having to disclose that, I mean, having to disclose will draw the distinction between those who have adopted part 5 and those who haven't. And I think
so you're in favor of keeping
yes,
C?
definitely.
Okay.
Yes, I'm definitely in favor of keeping it. Yeah.
Thank you.
Chana, please.
Yeah, I think C should be retained because it's a transparency requirement during the transitional period. I wonder whether between A and B, whether we need or, because you don't require them to do both.
Could be two different circumstances.
You might have a number of
Yeah, I think we need to leave it as it is.
Because you could use both, is it? You might.
Yeah, because. Do you want to?
Yeah, because there could be some value chain components where the group sustainability assurance is performing the procedures at, and there could be other value chain components where you are using the work of another practitioner because the group sustainability assurance firm does not have sufficient appropriate involvement. Therefore, both circumstances could apply in the same engagement.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
In that case, that is all we propose to say.
Just that?
Oh, Sadia, sorry.
Sadia, sorry.
My concern is not about the paragraph, but my concern is not about the paragraph, but the placement of the paragraph. It seems like putting this here in transitional provisions and not in the body of the code, it might be lost. And maybe If you leave it in the transitional provisions, you're going to have to put something in the body of the code that alerts the reader to this requirement for transparency.
It follows directly after the effective date, Sadia. So
Yeah.
it will be shown there, and we will have material in the basis for conclusions that also stress on the transition arrangements that we've got. And of course, we're not wanting to put something directly in the body of the code itself, because these are time limited exceptions, and therefore we find ourselves like it's a bit like the reverse of the question you asked us the other day about how would you cope with the handbook where you have things coming in and out. So therefore, leaving it here gives us the flexibility to manage that. So that's why we've positioned it where we have done. But we will have material in the basis for conclusion. But that's all I want to say.
Just that?
I can sing if you want, but I don't think it'll help anything.
Okay, that's all you wanted to tell us. And what I want to say at this point, and before we move to the next important step, is that the effort. I'm very impressed by the effort that has been made, of course, over these last 2 years, but over the last 2 days, over the last 24 hours, to keep on accommodating, changing, hearing, listening, trying to adjust, responding to all the concerns. So I'm quite confident about the robustness of the proposal as it stands. Quite confident, very confident about the process to come here, and above all, very confident about the quality of the whole product, irrespective of any possible questions that some parts of it may still raise, which is something common to everything in life. So I don't see anything different here. Thank you for this to the task force and staff for this big, huge effort over the last 2 days, which just honor our DNA as a board to keep on until the very last minute, open, responsive, attentive, and trying to come up with something which is the best product possible. And with this, we are there, and we are going to move to the vote on the sustainability-related standards and the international ethics and independent standards for sustainability and assurance, the big pack. Before we move, anyone wants to make any question, any comment before we move? And if not, we will move to the vote, and then we'll see. Ken, do you want to drive us through the procedures?
Certainly, Chair, my pleasure. First of all, let me ask what I asked earlier. Is every board member clear as to what they are being asked to vote on? It's very important to know what you're voting on, and that is a final standard. So with that, let me then confirm to the board the matters of due process. I'm very pleased to advise the board that throughout the development of those standards, the board has followed due process effectively and with proper regard for the public interest up until this board meeting. And during the course of this meeting as well, the board has followed due process. Let me now turn to both workstream chairs. First of all, workstream 1, Mark, and secondly, Christian, workstream 2. If I may ask, first of all, Mark, whether workstream 1 has brought to the board's attention all significant matters discussed in workstream 1.
Yes, we can confirm absolutely that we have.
Thank you, Mark. And Christelle, same question to you.
Yes, I confirm that.
Thank you very much. And in relation to the matter of further consultation, let me ask again, Mark, does workstream 1 have a recommendation to the board as to the need for further consultation or field testing of the proposals?
No, we do not believe that there's any need for further testing or consultation.
Thank you, Mark. And Christelle, in relation to workstream 2?
Yes, the same. I confirm.
Thank you. Let me ask the board now, does any board member believe there are any matters that respondents to the exposure draft have raised that they believe should be discussed in this board meeting before we take the final vote? Okay, with that, let me then turn to the voting. First of all, is there any member abstaining from the vote? Any abstentions? Is there any member who is voting against the final standard? Okay, Andy, thank you very much. That's well noted. And who are the board members who are voting for the final standard? $16 members. Thank you very much. That's the first vote. Let me then turn to the matter of re-exposure. With the document now closed for any further discussion. With regard to the matter of re-exposure, let me turn again to Mark and Christelle as workstream chairs. Mark, in relation to workstream 1, does workstream 1 recommend to the board as to whether there's a need for re-exposure?
We do not believe that there is any need for re-exposure.
Thank you, Mark. And Christelle, with regard to workstream 2?
We do not.
Thank you very much. Well, Chair, the board has approved the document as final pronouncement.
Yes, and before I say anything else, I think that a round of applause is very due. So
So Andy, I just want to make sure that we have your comments on the record. Is there anything that you would like to add beyond what you've articulated earlier in relation to your vote against?
I think so, Ken and dear board. So I have some notes that I've been making and adding to that I'm hoping I wasn't going to read, but I would and want to make sure that everyone understands. So first, please keep in mind that for at least 20 years, I believe that sustainability in ESG is one of the most important issues facing our world. So you're hearing some of that passion in my participation in our debate. My overarching concern is that the standard is way too complex and has undergone changes which I have expressed that I'm unsure of. And I wasn't sure whether I should raise my hand that I might have supported a re-exposure, but since I voted against the standard, it just didn't seem appropriate. But if we could have re-exposed the standard, then I probably would have done that. I've heard around the table that the added dimensions on value chain are likely to be highly unusual and exist in limited circumstances. First, I don't understand why, and in fact disagree, that we should spend so much time and energy on aspects that will be applicable in limited circumstances, but I'm not sure that is going to be the case. The scope and breadth of the standard is daunting and may impede its consistent and effective adoption. The level of complexity wasn't necessary. I argued unsuccessfully for a less is more approach. I described it as an 80-20 approach where 80% of the most essential concepts could have been communicated in perhaps 20% of the text. I'm concerned about implementation and I'm concerned about unintended consequences. Most of this detail could have been taken up in a post-implementation review. Just for the record, for everyone, I would have voted, when I initially saw the agenda, I would have voted to approve workstream 2. So please make sure you understand that. When I joined IESBA 6 years ago, the size of the code was a fraction of what it is today. Indeed, we have improved it and added many fine standards, but at its core was and is and are our fundamental principles and conceptual framework, which I wish this board leaned into more in this particular draft that's going out to the non-PA community. Please understand, I bring substantial practical experience as an auditor, assurance provider, and as a member of audit committees in what I've discussed with you. The SAP under certain circumstances would need to be independent of certain customers and suppliers, value chain of this reporting entity. I've consistently expressed my opposition to this proposition, and I think it should come as no surprise. I've raised this issue since last June, so there should be no surprise in my ultimate view. An auditor does not need to be independent of customers and suppliers because the auditor's role is to provide assurance on the assertions made by the reporting entity, not to validate the internal processes or opine on the reporting of the customers and suppliers in the value chain itself. The reporting entity considers information it develops internally and possibly information it receives from customers and suppliers, and it chooses what and how and if it presents and discloses information, informed by the reporting entity's policies and applicable framework. In both financial audits and sustainability reports, the reporting entity is responsible for the accuracy of the information, including how and if it includes the data obtained from third parties or customers. And in fact, I have referred several times to the reporting standards, but just to be clear, an entity, the reporting entity, according to the reporting standard, shall use all reasonable and supportable information that's available to the entity at the reporting date, available to the entity, without undue cost or effort. Reasonable and supportable information used by the entity in preparing its sustainability-related financial disclosures shall cover its factors that are specific to the entity, as well as general conditions in the external environment. An entity may use various sources of data that may be both internal and external. The reporting standard goes on further, and I won't read more of it now. As noted by Workstream 1 in an earlier document, obtaining information and evidence from the value chain components could be challenging. I completely agree with this, but it's a challenge the assurance standards tackle, not the ethical standards in terms of the construct of independence. This standard, which has an independence construct that varies not just by the reporting entity, the entity itself, it also considers other and the entities it controls, but whether and if the sustainability assurance practitioners in certain circumstances perform assurance procedures. In other words, a sustainability assurance practitioner choosing not to perform itself or have performed on its behalf assurance procedures could vary the envelope in which it needs to be independent from. It's essential for the public interest for the SAP to be independent from the entity, as I stated earlier today, and the management making the assertions it's opining on. It is not the customers and suppliers who are making these assertions in the sustainability reported question. These are the assertions of the reporting entity. Independence from customers and suppliers is not required or even relevant, as the auditor's duty is to evaluate and be independent from the reporting entity's representations and assertions. And I believe the conceptual framework, which operates at all times, including for financial audits, would have caught some of the extreme and valid concerns that I've heard. Additionally, I did discuss comparison to financial statement audits vis-a-vis confirmations was technically incorrect and therefore did not provide support for the standards position as we have. Skip that. The reporting entity under IESBA S1 is the same entity as used for financial statement purposes, but it also discloses information about the value chain. From a reporting entity's perspective, Scope 3 greenhouse gas emissions are indirect emissions from sources it doesn't own or control. Therefore, the assertion is it doesn't own or control those assertions, and the emissions occur across the entity's value chain. Scope 3 emissions are indeed assertion of the reporting entity. The entity is responsible for collecting, estimating, and disclosing this information, even if the data comes from third parties. This means the reporting entity claims the accuracy of its Scope 3 disclosures. And I've previously read that under the IESBA Standard 1, the reporting entity is the same, even though it includes this customer and supplier information. I appreciate that some of you, or some or maybe most of you, might agree with me on this proposition, but did not believe it to be a fatal flaw for this document. And I certainly respect that view, and I just ask that you respect my view in terms of how I voted, because it would have been far easier for me to personally have voted differently. So quoting, I'm going to give you a couple of quotes, and I appreciate the board's indulgence because this is a very important matter. Quoting from a very respected source, there are all kinds of courage. It takes a great deal of bravery to stand up to our enemies, but just as much to stand up from our friends. For those of you astute, that quote comes from the Harry Potter books. But in our world, I can quote from one of the standards we issued during my tenure here, in which I'm very proud to have been associated with, the Role and Mindset Standard. Integrity, my integrity, involves fair dealing, truthfulness, and having the strength of character to act appropriately, even when facing pressure to do otherwise, or when doing so might create potential adverse personal or organizational consequences. Acting appropriately involves standing one's ground when confronted by dilemmas and difficult situations, or challenging others as when the circumstances warrant in a manner appropriate for the circumstances. So standing in compliance with our professional standards, I believe I really had no choice but to vote the way I did. And having said all that, I truly hope this standard is effective. I will support it as one of our standards. I believe that the best way to guide ethical behavior would have been a simpler standard that would have been more incorporated our 5 fundamental principles from a less is more broad brush approach, allowing for the development and refinement of added complexity as the practice experience grows, as it has for financial statement audits. I've heard that we should support this standard because nothing can be perfect, and holding out for perfection stands in the way of progress. I agree completely, which is why I wanted a less is more version. In any event, I repeat just one thing which I said a short while ago. I hope the standard performs as we intended and is successful. And notwithstanding my vote, I will support it as one of our IESBA standards. So thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you, Andy, and thank you for your support. Even voting against, we will expect that this will be the case. Of course, we will respect your position, but I can't help but highlighting that we have here 16 votes in favor in 70. So this is a unanimity less one, which is a concept that some international organizations started adopting a few years ago when some members started voting against systematically. So it's a unanimity less one, but this is a very great result, and we respect your position, of course, and I think that this tells about the courage of this board as well. It's your courage and it's our courage. I have a few other things to say about this, but before that, I wanted to give the floor to Begoña before we finalize this session and see what the PIOB needs to say as well and wants to say about this standard, about this proposal, about this journey together, and about this result.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chair. Well, the most important thing I want to say is that I congratulate the board on having achieved the completion of these two very important standards, sustainability and external experts. They will help to make a more advanced code covering additional ethics and independence standards, not only for PAs, but for non-PAs. This is an important step towards a profession agnostic code that aims at having a level playing field for all practitioners. I must say that we are not convinced that the referral of the provisions included in the sustainability standard applicable to assurance at the value chain components and to another practitioner, that has been added this morning, respond to the public interest. And the reasons should be clearly provided, clearly addressed in the basis for conclusions. From a public interest point of view, the PIOB expects that the independence requirements for assurance engagements introduced in the new Part 5 will be extended to other engagements that are not currently covered by the new rules. But this is for the future. In any case, I don't want to diminish the congratulations. It's been a big, big effort. 2 years, sorry. But it has, you have arrived at a very important point. So congratulations.
Thank you very much for your kind words, Begoña. It was 2 years, which looked like 10 years, at least in counting the number of white hair that some of us got over these 2 years. Thank you all for this, for what happened here today and over the last 2 years. Now it's the time to celebrate and to celebrate hard. I was telling you that I woke up excited and nervous like a child in his birthday or her birthday, and it's really looks a little bit like our birthday because we are being born again, seeing the light again for a new future. And thank you for using the word future because Begoña, because I was missing it here. Now it's about the future. But before we move to the future and everything that we need to do, I really think, and I know that everybody's tired and needs a break, but allow me 5-10 minutes to recognize a few things that I think should be recognized. The first one is absolutely the quality of these products that we managed to deliver, to come up with irrespective and despite so many difficulties, so many obstacles, so many complexities, so many lack of resources compared to the dimension of the challenge, and how we were able to stick to what we decided 2 years ago, and have a very determined and assertive focus on something that we needed to do. And this is certainly the most important thing. I'm completely sure about the quality of this product and about the change and the transformation that this standard is potentially going to make. So there is no doubt about it. Secondly, the diversity of visions around the table were on until the very last minute, and this just makes the standard richer. I have no doubts about it. If there weren't different positions and different perspectives, the quality of the standard would be much lower. But it also speaks about the ability of those working hardly, making their hands dirty, task force staff, etc., their ability to recognize that this diversity of positions, diversity of perspectives were important and were a significant, a critical lever to the quality of the product. So this speaks about the richness and the maturity of this process, irrespective of the newness of everything that we were making and that we were making until the very last minute. So we learned a lot, and I'm not going to take the lessons today because I think it's too early and we need to calm down a little bit and let the dust go down before we think back and think, what can we take, which lessons can we take? But for sure, we learned to work in a different way. The pace, the speed, the openness, the inclusiveness of this process was a learning process, and that's something that we will take. For the future, we took a completely different approach to coordination, namely with IESBA, but with our stakeholders in general. We approach the stakeholders and their different perspectives in an incredibly open and responsive way. So all this to deliver a very high quality product. This was a journey. This will be a journey. The journey is not over, for sure. The journey starts again, now with the adoption, implementation, support to the stakeholders, and seeing how much this standard is going to make a difference in this space. So I need to thank everyone, and I'm going to apologize from the start, but I think that I need to go in some cases almost name by name and entity by entity, because these are the kind of moments where we should not forget who was there, who said, I'm present. And it's about this board, it's about the staff, it's about very many stakeholders. And of course, I would like to start by the task force, the chairs of the task force. Laurie, here on my left side, our vice chair that took the experts' work forward I'm not going to repeat what I said 2 days ago, but in very difficult circumstances. Mark and Christelle, thank you very much for your dedication or availability, the offer of your time and your patience and your knowledge to this project. Each and one of the task force board members, Andy, Sadia, Luigi for the experts, Rich, Vania, Sungnam for the work stream 2. Sorry, I'm not going in the right direction, but Chana and Jens for the work stream 1, and I cannot but remember those who are not with us. And again, remember Brian Friedrich, who was a member of the task force, unfortunately for a very, very short term, but he made a difference. And I can still remember the things that he brought and the material, the knowledge, the research, the fact-finding, and the ambition and visionary perspective that he brought us in the very first days of this project. Also Sanjeev, as a former member of the experts task force. So we have a number of people, some of them who are not with us anymore, but who made this possible and who brought us here. And then all the staff, of course, the staff supporting all this, and who had a very hard time over these last 2 years. But I hope also a time of growing and becoming also able to work in a different way. And I hope that you are proud of this. And I'm going to name Jeff, Jeff, Laura, and John for Workstream 1, Cam and Joanna for the experts, and Sylvia and Keith, who is not member of the staff but was seconded to the staff and worked as a staff member, despite all the other things that he has to do, who helped us so much, and the technical advisors. And here I'm gonna apologize if I skip or fail any name. I will try not to do it. But Martha, who is sitting there. Martha, David Clark, who is sitting at the table today, and Masahiro next to him. Bruno, who is always in the shadow behind, but who made an incredible job in helping us along this process, even if he was not formally a TA of the task force, but he worked as if he was. Kristen, of course, and Denise and Lisbeth, who helped. They were not technical advisors, but helped Luigi during some time and in difficult times. So everyone has my gratefulness and my thankfulness. And besides these people, of course, I need to mention Ken, who was, I never mentioned Ken as part of this or that because Ken is everywhere. So a very special and grateful thank you to Ken, who everybody recognized along the way to have been a critical, fundamental staff member in advancing this. And I will not forget the organizations, the institutional stakeholders. I'm not going, of course, to name them all, but some of them were extremely critical, namely helping us in organizing roundtables, organizing seminars. Of course, there were an incredible number of other ones who helped us with outreach, connecting with stakeholders. But of course, I need to highlight IESB, of course, working together with us, the PIOB, challenging us, challenging us, the monitoring group who provided us with a lot of inspiration, I would say. IFAC providing us so much in terms of the capacity, but also bringing the voice of the IFAC members, of the PAOs, of the profession, and etc. IOSCO, of course, challenging us and providing us an incentive since the very start. AIF, the International Accreditation Forum, with whom we surprisingly ended up working so closely and so much, but which also brought us the knowledge and the inspiration. The Financial Stability Board, the national standard setters, with whom we connected along the way, and the small and medium practice entities as well. The Stakeholder Advisory Group, but also the CAG before the Stakeholder Advisory Group. And here I want to mention Galen, who was an enthusiastic of this project, even sometimes with different perspectives, but was there as well with us. CAOB, UNCTAD more recently, mostly, but also ISAR, ISO, the IFRS Foundation, and ISSB. So sorry? SRG, yes, the SRG, and the reference group, and those who especially helped us with organizing roundtables and which were critical for this work, and some seminars like CPA Canada, CNCC in Paris, IOSCO in Madrid, the FSMA in Brussels, who provided us also the support for the organization of roundtables, the FRC in the UK, JFSA, JICPA in Japan, in Australia, IESBA, and here I want to mention also Jacinta, who, not being visible in this work, was many times behind the scenes helping us, but also CIANZ and CPA Australia. They all helped us organizing seminars to go out with this, and the ISCA in Singapore. And I'm sure I'm failing some of them, but I wanted to name all these organizations and all these people. And this gives us a flavor of how collective and inclusive this process was. And this is reflected in the quality of the standard. So to all of you and to everybody, our gratefulness. And now it's time to celebrate. The journey starts now. I can't help but ask all these people around the table and the others who can be listening to us to bring this standard forward to help us, and we will do our best by monitoring the application, the appropriateness of some provisions if necessary, and being responsive as we have been until today, until 10 minutes ago, trying to make our best. Thank you very much. And now it's time to celebrate, which is my preferred moment. And I'll ask you for another round of applause for the experts and sustainability standards that we are now finalizing.
Oh, we have some refreshments coming, by the way, so if you could just remain seated to celebrate.
This is the first part of the celebration.
There it is.
So while the bubbly is making the rounds, could I ask board members over lunch if you could spend just a few minutes to go over the changes to the firm culture and governance project proposal? I think there are some changes as well, Jeff, to the reports. If you could have a look at those. We will go over those final refinements after this session on the basis for conclusions for sustainability this afternoon.
Okay, while we wait for the glasses for the bubbles to be distributed, and before we go for a toast, let me just inform you that the basis for conclusions for sustainability, which were supposed to be discussed or not discussed, but appreciated this this afternoon will be moved for tomorrow, so that any changes that may be still necessary will still be made, and that you can see them quietly in the escape room this afternoon. So this afternoon we will have the project proposal approval after lunch, and tomorrow we will have the two bases for conclusions for consideration by the board. Okay, and now the best moment. So a toast to the experts in sustainability standards, and a toast to all of you, all of us, and to the success.
Yeah, I know.
Andrew?
Yeah.
Congratulations.
I would love to get Ken over here. We're gonna do a little something. Are you? I'm terrible. Thank you. Better. What a good one for yourself. Cheers.
Very nice.
Yeah, I'm terrible at this.
Okay, well done. Well done, Jonah. Your first standard.
Yes, my
Can I
first.
believe it?
6 months later.
Excellent.
Yes.
Just the right time.
Yes. Come on, Lori. Cheers.
Okay, here's another one.
Okay, I'm sorry. I think we should start because the plan is now that we will vote for the project plan or approve the project plan, but also go through the basis for conclusions for sustainability today. So we need to save some time because we have other important things to do today at the latest part of the day. So, and we can't be late for that. Now that's the proposal from the working group that we do it today. And I think that they are ready, so that's good. So we are now going to, well, what has been submitted for consideration by the board is a project proposal for the farm culture and governance that has been presented on yesterday, Wednesday, and that we will now submit for approval by the board members. Chana, Jeff, I don't know who from you is going to
Yeah,
present.
I'll start off. I think the plan was also to quickly run through the report as well. So thank you, Chair, and thank you to all the board members who provided comments and observations on the working group's report. And I'd like to note that it is the working group's report. So we carefully considered all the comments and observations at the working group meeting yesterday. And where appropriate, we have made some changes. And shortly, Carla will run through the changes. And also, we favorably note the PIOB support and about the public interest issues being appropriately captured in the report as well as in the project proposal. Rich shared with us today, the PCOB has also issued a report on a staff report on audit firm culture and considerations for firms looking to improve audit quality and some of the themes are quite similar. It says audit firm culture can drive audit quality positively or negatively. And it also says the audit firms need to promote a culture of accountability to support audit quality. And so we can see that leadership, governance, accountability is clearly noted, of course, in audit context. But in our project, we are addressing all services. So this just came through, and it also says audit leadership sends mixed signals. And this is also something that we have heard about mixed signals to line partners and others about incentives and penalties for audit quality events. So I think it's very consistent with some of the things that we have heard in the through our stakeholder engagement over the last 9 months. So I'll now hand over to Carla, who will run through some of the changes that we have done in the report. And then after that, Jeff will take us through the project proposal.
Thank you, Chana. So members have been distributed the papers that the working group worked on this morning. So, yes, and we'll walk you through changes that are non-editorial in nature. Give me a second. I can't see my screen. Right. The first change we'd like to inform the board on is the change on page 11 in response to comments from Andy and some of the board members in terms of the quotation of some of the phrases that we have in paragraphs 41 and 42 in reference to systemically important entities and the optional extra. The working group considered the comments that came from Andy and thought that it is a valid phrase, although it was coined by one stakeholder in particular. So we propose that we delete the sentence as you see in front of you and keeping the footnote as it is, and also taking out the phrase optional extra in paragraph 42. I'll pause here for any reactions. Okay, sorry. I'll go through the whole report and then I'll pause for reactions. The next change is in page 12 on paragraph 47. It is an additional sentence that the working group is proposing to address some of the comments that came from board members in terms of changing culture and ethical culture. Ethical culture transformation occurs over a period of time and is a commitment over extended time in terms of needing to reshape attitudes, behavior, and system across all levels of the firm. The next change is in page 13. In paragraph 61, it is in reference to provision of independent input. The working group is of the view that we would like to clarify that the independent input can come from the appointment of appropriate qualified advisors. So it's not necessary and the label of independent non-executive per se. And this paragraph has been highlighted to reflect that change. Moving on to paragraph 66 on page 14. Christelle mentioned during the meeting yesterday that the measures that firms undertake to assess the effectiveness of some of the cultural changes, it doesn't just occur at the one time. So the recommendation was to make sure that it is a periodical continuous assessment. The working group is proposing to add the word periodically in the text in front of you to reflect that. And then moving on to page 19. Apologies, before that, on page 15, as you've seen, we've moved the paragraph transparency from the section below to give it prominence on the importance of transparency in the report. And this will also be reflected, is also reflected in a project proposal. Next, we have page 19 on paragraph 91. Yesterday, we've heard from board members on the topic of priority investment in firms. And where we landed was the discussion, say, regardless of whether there is an investment in the firm or not, this project going forward will be applicable to all firms, regardless of the investments in these firms. So this paragraph is to clarify that statement. And let me move to page 31, paragraph 41. During yesterday's board discussion, there was a question on the some of the comments that came from stakeholders in terms of who had expressed concern on PE investment. So the working group is proposing such change to clarify where the comments came from, as you see in front of you. And we had a comment from Andy in the same paragraph towards the end, is regarding the sentence of quality audits or prioritizing high margin clients over smaller, less profitable ones. The working group intention is to clarify that it is it wasn't per se focused on prioritizing the high margin client, but the reduction in quality of service. To make it clearer, we propose to delete the sentence. The last one is on page 51, which is provision of independent input.
6 weeks for screen.
Oh. We're almost there. Yeah. Okay. Once you get there. So in the appendices, the working group included in the report an example of what some of the requirements might look like in the code, and these are example. These are not ones that is finite, and there's several revisions we've made to the titles and to the text itself to reflect that it is about the appointment of independent individuals and obtaining input from them rather than to act in a non-executive capacity per se, as noted by board members yesterday. Sometimes to operationalize some of these requirements, it may not be practical. So the working group considered the feedback and proposed to make such amendment.
And also there's, I think, a late edit just to take care of what Luigi just raised with us. Yeah, that's the one, yeah. So shall consider rather than having it as a shall, because that might send a wrong message. So it shall consider appropriate means of obtaining, not really specifying the means. Sorry, that's it, Chair.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much, Carla, and the work stream or working group for this refinements made. Let's see if the board has anything to comment on. Andy, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair and Workstream. I just have one friendly suggestion to the paragraph 47 on page 12. The new one. Yeah, that one. I agree with all of this content, so I want to add something to it because the section is strong ethical behavior drives strong ethical culture drives ethical behavior. And this paragraph stood out a little bit as a change paragraph. So I'm wondering if you would consider it is acknowledged that changing, enhancing, or maintaining ethical culture demands a sustained commitment over a long period of time as it involves shaping attitudes, behaviors, and systems across all levels of the firm. Okay, thank you.
Okay, are there any other comments? Fine, wonderful. Seems that we are there. This is not an approval, as highlighted. These are the recommendations, the report and the recommendations from the work streams. So it's not subject to an approval from the board, but of course it's good to have the comfort that the board does not have any additional comments or suggestions to the report, and that it reflects or at least provides comfort to the board members and reflects their vision, I suppose. And congratulations, and let's now move to the project proposal, Jeff.
Thank you, Chair. So I'm just going to walk through with some of the fairly sensible changes that the working group has made in taking into account the comments that we have received yesterday on the project proposal. The first change is we've just added the word accounting in front of firms in paragraph 1, just recognizing just to make sure that our stakeholders are aware that we are talking about accounting firms and perhaps not just audit firms. But of course, during the course of our discussion, next year, as raised yesterday, that we need to make sure our stakeholder understands who we are talking about. Then the next change I want to draw your attention to is in the public interest issue. So on page 3, paragraphs 13 and 14, whilst we're getting there, essentially, these are the same changes that we made to the report in light of the feedback that we received yesterday. And again, so it's the same change. The main thing that we want to draw your attention to or discuss with you is the next one, which is on the project objective, section D. You just gone past. There you go. Thank you. Essentially, what we've added there, I'll read that out, is a high standard of ethical behavior, and then we've added the changes by a firm's leadership, other partners, and staff. This corresponds with a phrase that we have in paragraph 21, and I think it's in light of a comment that particularly Andy has made about it is essentially our objective. Yes, we are looking at implementing a culture and governance framework that will create the right culture, but ultimately the aim is to make sure there's high standard of ethical behavior by individuals. And so we felt that, we discussed the comments that we received, and the working group felt that it is a good addition to make sure it's clear that ultimately the impact is about changing individual behaviors or making sure that they have a high standard of ethical behavior by individuals within the firm. So we just use the same phrase that we have a bit later on in another paragraph. So that's the main change there, certainly in the objective. If we just get to paragraph 17, we haven't made any changes here, but I just want to draw the board's attention to a couple of the qualitative characteristics, because yesterday's discussion, during the discussion of the report and the project proposal as well, there were, of course, a lot of comments about scalability, which is a very important point. But I just want to ensure the board that this is one of the characteristics that we will be looking very closely to make sure the standard that we develop meet these criteria. So scalability is one of them, and it's also mentioned in a couple of other spots in the project proposal as well, highlighting its really importance in terms of this particular project. The other two, the other one I want to draw your particular attention to is little paragraph F in terms of implementability. Of course, the other discussions we've heard a little bit, quite a bit yesterday, is on private equity investments in firms and also more broadly legal structures. Now, of course, this is not the remit of this board to tell firms what's the best structure. But we do need to take this into consideration, whether it's private equity investments or other types of structure. And so it's kind of taking into account here in paragraph 8 that the standard that we develop needs to be adaptable to any ownership and organizational structures. So again, as we move forward next year, the project teams will take this into consideration. We have made one change. In fact, my apologies, in paragraph G. Here, there were a few questions about enforceability. And so the working group, as we looked at these particular qualitative characteristics, no worries. We've just lost connection, but if you have the paper with you, it's paragraph G, little g, paragraph 17. We just removed the word clear and actionable. So it's now read as enforceability by developing the framework with requirements that can be consistently enforced by regulatory bodies and PAOs and monitored within firms. We haven't changed the meaning, but we're just taking out a couple of words to make it a little bit more digestible, easier to understand. Okay, so we've lost connection completely. So if that's okay, we'll continue because you will have the paper. You should have the paper with you. The next one I want to mention is in paragraph 18. We've added in the second sentence. So the sentence now read, the leading sentence in paragraph 18 now read, the project serves the public interest by enhancing trust and confidence in the accountancy profession and the services it provides, including those which are important to capital markets. We have particularly wanting to include the phrase capital markets that is in response to comments that we received about the impact on capital markets that we need to take into consideration. And of course, the stakeholders underneath those investors, regulators, they will of course be looking at from the perspective of capital markets as well. But we felt it makes more sense. It's back on. Thank you, Carla. It makes more sense to kind of make that change in the leading in paragraph 18. So we keep scrolling down. Okay, so in paragraph little b towards the end and just above little c, again, we've made the similar changes here about INEs or other independent advisors. The change here is in response to comments that we don't want to come across, the same as what is in the report, is that we don't want to come across as the working group has already, or this board has already made a decision, this is what must happen. And that's why we sort of soften the language a bit and just say that all those that audit PIs appoint individuals and instead of should appoint individuals as INEs or other independent advisors, just to, so it doesn't come across that this board has already made a firm decision how to apply, how to, I guess, what the standard would be in terms of provision of independent input. And again, if we scroll down a little bit to page 7, you will see that again, we have moved transparency up. There was also a comment whether we should add the title to the title transparency and disclosure. The working group also discussed this, but felt that it's better just to say transparency because again, we don't want to come across as we've already made a decision about disclosures. And it's already covered in the paragraph. We talked about public disclosures as something that the project teams will consider as we move into the next phase. So we felt that just leaving as transparency is sufficient, but we agree that we can move this up a little bit. And again, paragraph 21 is a similar change there about making sure that we're just not locking ourselves into how it can be done in terms of provision of independent input. When we get to non-authoritative material, page 8 and 9, we haven't made any changes there, but recognize there were a few comments yesterday. One on whether, we could talk about, best practice, and we felt that we don't need to include it and we don't want to lock ourselves in, but I will draw the board's attention to paragraph 27, which is the next page there. And the first sentence there, in the course of this new work stream and the standard setting project, the IESBA may also identify other topics that could be addressed through NAM. So, we have taken into account here that there may be other things that we will include in the NAMs. That may be, for instance, best practices. There were some discussions about the timing, and we've mentioned it yesterday that it is kind of briefly mentioned here in these paragraphs. But of course, as we move into the next phase, as the two work streams work together, we will revise these as needed. And next, I want to draw your attention to a new paragraph, paragraph 33, which is, we mentioned to you about the feedback that we have received from Willie yesterday on behalf of IESBA in terms of their view of the relevance of the project, any other connectivity. Of course, ISQM1 and Willie has also mentioned, drew attention to the audit quality framework, which is one of the IESBA's non-authoritative material. And so we have included this here, the fact that we have sought his input or their input, because it is part of our due process, and it is important that we record this here, but also we will minute the discussion as well. And as we mentioned yesterday, we will be having very close coordination with IESBA right from the get-go, because it is an important component that we need to look at as we develop our framework. So I believe these are all the changes, or at least the key changes that we want to draw your attention to. So I'm gonna pass it back to Charlie. Did you want to say anything else before we pass it back to Gabrielle?
No, I think we have captured all the comments on the project proposal and done changes. So back to you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Thank you for accommodating these suggestions in such a short time frame. And I hope that we are in a very good position to approve the project proposal, but let's listen to the board. Paul, please.
Thanks so much. Maybe just a suggestion on the new 33 that's been created. We've referenced IAASB, not Willie. It shouldn't be an individual. It's the institution. That's my suggestion.
Yeah, the due process requires us to seek feedback from a particular role, and that role is the IESBA Program and Technical Director.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks for clarifying that, Jeff. Ken, please.
So, Carl, I just wondered if you could go to paragraph 20B on the matter of scalability. It's more a matter of language, because I think the deletion of should now makes it a bit odd as to what the point is, or perhaps we've lost something in the deletion of the should, because it is for the project to consider scalability. And I think if we were to just say it would consider scalability, such as whether only larger firms or networks or those that already pies appoint individuals. So what would be driving the larger firms or the networks or those that already pies to appoint individuals as INEs, if it's not the code, if it's not what this project is going to develop in terms of standards? right? So the deletion of the should, I think, has lost the connection to this project. I would keep the should as it is, because this is not, the point is about scalability, which is that it is going to be the consideration of how far the standard or the code would extend the consideration of INEs and so forth to other firms.
No, I understand where you're coming from, because I think this point is about if we do decide that there should be INEs, then the scalability kicks in, right? That's your point. So I'm okay to keep it, but I want to see with China or Rich, did you have any or other working group members?
Rich, well. I think this, as you said, this is a wording thing. I wonder if we could just say scalability such as considering considering how appropriate independent input would be obtained by firms and networks, or those that audit pies, something like that.
Sorry, Rich, can you repeat that so we can type that in, the board can see it, please? I know that
It would be something like scalability in considering
such as
whether firms and networks or those that audit pie appoint individuals as INEs or other independent advisors.
Yep.
That might be the simpler way.
Take out all those.
maybe we'll also take out all those that audit pies as to.
No, you need the audit pies one. I'm not sure what all those means now.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah, that's true. All those.
Sorry, Andy,
Yeah,
you have a suggestion? That
well, we can try. I mean, I do understand the should is that means that we're saying one of those groups should do it. Then perhaps they'll determine that none of the groups should do it. But what about scalability such as what type of firm should consider appointing individuals? So not to mention, just say what type of firm? And then consideration as to what type of firm should I think would work in that, because the answer might be no type. Or it might be one type or two types or three types. Anyway, this is drafting in a big square.
Hector, you have an idea?
My God, whoops.
I think the type would open another discussion about types of firms.
Okay.
So
Size?
No, maybe the consideration of the circumstances under which firms and networks.
Okay.
Something like that, circumstance. Just not only size or.
Or maybe I'll have another go.
Okay. You have opened a can of worms, Ken.
No, I know. So I'm trying to fix it. Yes, so if it were to read scalability such as how the code should address consideration of the appointment of INEs for different Yes, INEs are independent. Yeah, INEs are independent, of course, yes. INEs are independent advisors for different sizes of firms. Because really this point about scalability is about the size of the firms, whether it's a large firm, a small firm.
So, scalability definition in 17C is, as Begonia pointed out, just refers to size of firms. But size in what manner is not described, right? It should be size of personnel, size of clients, size of pies. So I think using size, I think is okay, because that is how we define it.
Okay, I think thanks, Ken, for asking the question and answering it at the same time. So I think we'll pass it back to Gabriela.
Yeah, but sorry, Rania.
I was just looking at the first bullet. Should it read the firm's responsibility to ensure the INEs or other independent advisors? I mean, just to be consistent with the rest of them. Yeah, perfect.
Thank you, Rania. I have one question to you, which is the following. By adding the other independent advisors, and this is a question, are you sure that the only role that these independent people can play in the firm is advisors? Or are we limiting the possibility of other kind of roles that not only advisors?
Yeah, the intent is actually to broaden it, that we wouldn't limit it to being an INE, because there are models already in the marketplace where they use advisors as as a committee of advisors. And in some ways, you could argue their objectivity is better because they're not burdened with management responsibilities that a board or leadership responsibilities that a board has. So there are other ways to do it. Perhaps you use consultants. So the idea was to be as broad, not narrowing.
But my question is, thanks, Rich. My question is the other way around, because INEs, as I see them, they can be not just advisors, can be directors with a decision power. So when saying other independent advisors.
So INEs cannot be decision makers in that respect.
I mean, INEs, okay, by definition, maybe not, but then that's my question. Do you want to limit the independent input to people who don't have a decision making power? Because I'm asking this because in companies, it's not the case. There are independent directors who have powers to decide. They are not part of the executive committee or whatever, but they make part of the board, they vote, they decide. So it's a question, it's not a proposal. I just needed to understand if this is clear, that you just want people here or providing input who do not have any kind of decision power.
Just to that point, can you just say or other independents? No
Sorry?
advisor, just independent. Put an S next to independent.
It's not easy, but this was really a question. I'm not making a proposal, even if I may have my opinion, but I'm not making a proposal. I'm just making sure that everything is clear in terms of what kind of independent input you want.
Well, we don't
or
know.
You want to consider as a possibility.
Yeah, but I understand what you're saying, and appreciate that. And that's one of the challenges I think I've been having with this. This is a project proposal. No decisions or conclusions have been reached yet. And so it was designed to be open. I guess you could say something to the effect that the firm's responsibility to obtain objective, independent advice, input, and adjust the sentencing the rest of the way for that.
Rich, sorry. It's exactly my point. My point is that prevent that you limit in ways that you have not yet decided that you want to limit. That was my only point. So if you think this is sufficiently open and to open the door to any kind of independent input, then it's okay. But it was just more a question about what you have in mind than what is in the draft. But I think I can live with this, no problem. Mark, please.
So without sort of wanting to get into angels on a pinhead, I think I'd sort of follow on from what Rich said about it being very important that these are not people with a management decision-making role. So in my context, when I think about INEs and independent advice, this is very clearly people who are not caught under any sort of covered person definition. They're not within the chain of command, so they are outside of that. So I think that's an important sort of differentiating point on this. It needs to be those who are outside of that.
Yes, my question is that if this was discussed and it's a decision from the board from the scratch, because in terms of conceptually it can be different, then we can make the options that we want. Rania, please.
So the intention when we put that phrase was to broaden, but I can definitely see your point. And my suggestion to the working group is that at this point, not to limit ourselves, just in case to keep the door open for ourselves, we could alternatively use the providers or other providers of independent input. And so providers of independent input or independent voices could mean, because independence is, would have to be determined. Again, given the size of the company, given the nature of the company, whatever it might, they might come up with different types of, provision of independent input. So yeah, you could broaden it a bit further. That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Thank you, Rania. Hector, please.
Just to confirm that the independent advisor was thought not to limit ourselves to INEs. But then I completely see the point that you're making, that you are only choosing two possibilities of independent input, whether you are INE or you're an advisor. And maybe we want to open it in some way to say, appoint independent individuals into to provide input to the leadership as INEs, advisors, or others, something like that. We're not committing to any, just two options.
It was not my objective to complicate anything, nor to make your lives difficult. Again, I can live with this, and I think that we can live with this. I just needed to have clarity about what you had in mind, because it was not absolutely clear to me. And this explanation that the intention was to broaden, not to restrict, it's fine. Well, it's a project proposal. You say.
Other independent advisors, it's not defined. So as Hector said, we intend it to be broader. So because INE is used a lot within the UK context or Japan, they call it independent third persons. So our intention was to have it broader, and whether they had management responsibilities or not, we have not really defined what other independent advisor is. So it was meant to be broader and capture any other than INE.
Perhaps if I could suggest, Cara, we can scroll up a bit. This paragraph, yep, perfect. This second paragraph, we see in developing the proposed framework, the project will consider and address as appropriate the role of independent persons, because I think the focus is these are independent individuals. So that's the main thing. Perhaps we wouldn't say as just as non-executives, independent non-executives, as non-executives or in other capacity within a firm's governance structure to provide input. So I think it's quite broad. Okay, as non-executives or in other.
You can have such as, because then it's
Also-
giving an
or such
example.
as,
The
okay.
role of independent persons, such as non-executives, because everybody knows what INE is.
And then it's more like an example.
Yeah.
But the focus is then the role of independent persons within the firm's governance structure to provide input to the firm's leadership on strategic matters. And input can be interpreted quite broadly in terms of.
And if you look at the first paragraph, you can see that that's why the, independent input by a firm from advisors, a committee of advisors, INE. So it's meant to be broad.
Yeah, so in that case, you would drop the other independent advisors because you've already defined it up there. Right? Independent persons is the concept you're pointing to, and you've.
No, it's not.
Well, you put the INEs in brackets after, right? So independent advisors.
Then I think in that bullet point, it would be the firm's responsibility to ensure the INEs or other independent persons. So we'll change advisors to persons. That not many places. So we will go back and change that term in the report as well, but we'll need to show it to the board again. But
No, I'm quite concerned that we are here. I know that this is the first ballot is an example or a series of examples, but it seems that the document is trying to direct the project scope into a clear direction, because when it is used like the firm responsibility to ensure, then there is independence, and then there is independence from the firm or the firm client. My worries is that I understand that there is also a concept of scalability, but if this is the direction, we need to realize that we are limiting significantly the available choices for the firm to obtain the right input. So if it is the decision of the working group, I'm fine. I do not agree, because I think it should be more open and subject to proper due process before concluding, because I fear that at the end, this would really put the firm in a situation where, in order to gather input from those that are independent, they cannot access to valuable inputs that they need in this respective area.
Luigi, how if we change that bullet, the firm's responsibility to consider the benefit of INEs, like,
I think this point, though, Luigi, is this first bullet point, the firm's responsibility to ensure INEs or other independent persons. To me, is when a firm decides to have these appointments, then you have a responsibility to ensure that they are fit and proper. So I would understand it that way.
Rania, please.
So I just have two comments. The first one is the role of independent persons or INEs within a firm's governance structure. So I think if we want to, especially at this point, keep the different options before us, I would remove within a firm's governance structure, because independent input can come from outside, is number one. And secondly, number two, I would reiterate my suggestion to use the phrase providers of independent input, because it could be that a particular person is not completely independent per se, as per the very official definition of independence, but perhaps a group of persons coming together. I mean, the input that is provided is somehow independent. You get my point? So, for example, because one very common definition of independence, which is SIPE's definition of independence, is that there is no tie to the company or to the organization except that particular advisory position. And so what I'm trying to say is that the firm might see it fit to find some other mechanism to receive independent input, for example, by a group of persons coming together. So, but all I'm saying is, if you broaden it further and keep it as provision of independent input and not necessarily independent persons, because it might be that a mechanism, the mechanism ensures that the input that is being received through that channel is independent, but not necessarily each and every individual is necessarily independent per se. So that's my suggestion. Like, for example, a board of directors. When you're looking at a board of directors, you want to make sure that the board has an independent mindset. Yes? But it does not necessarily mean that every person on the board is necessarily independent from the company. But there is general diversity, there is general independence and mindset. So if you want to keep it broad at this point, at this stage of the project, I would suggest that you don't necessarily refer to independent persons.
Sorry, Gabriela.
I'm gonna just give you the floor.
I think we need to strike the balance and not make it so broad that it's really hard to understand what we're trying to say here. I think ultimately we are looking for individuals to give firms that input. And I think based on particularly, I think the working group is guided by the information gathering that we have received from talking to stakeholders in different jurisdictions, whether there's monitoring use of INEs or voluntary. So it's the thinking is very much guided by that, by the input. Yes, we should broaden it out, but I think we should not make it so broad that it's really hard to understand. So my view is, I mean, obviously the working group might have a different view, the other working group members, but I think perhaps, I think like, for instance, in that paragraph that we've got here in developing the proposed framework, I think, yes, we can get rid of within a firm's governance structure because ultimately it is about providing input to the firm's leadership on strategic matters. That's where the money is, I think. And that's the main crux of the role. So yes, we can get rid of within a firm's governance structure if we feel that that's unnecessary restricting, the thinking of the working group.
Like I wouldn't delete within a firm's governance structure because that's where it has to.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think that's what the proposal is about. It's about how the governance will capture the necessary input and structure and etc. Luigi.
Yeah. Sorry.
I would suggest if the intention is to propose a project that would build everything received from the various phases that we have, I would probably recommend to use a concept like free of conflict, which is also independent on a certain side, but in order to be able to really have a discussion of that, because otherwise we are already making a choice here.
I mean, what we have reflected there is, current practice in the UK, Japan, and in some other countries where it has been done on a voluntary basis. So I would, at this stage, rather not invent words that people are not using in practice, while what we have used now is what's happening partly in practice.
Sorry, Ken, please.
Yeah, my sense is, and maybe Carl, if you could scroll to the beginning again at the top of the page, because that essentially speaking to what we're looking at here, which is the provision of independent input to a firm from advisors, a committee of advisors, or independent non-executives, so INAs. So this is this paragraph is essentially setting out the essentially the landscape of the sort of individuals we're looking at. So it's not committing this board already to if a particular role or a particular title, or how a group of individuals might play that role of providing independent input within within a firm in this case. So I think it is sufficiently general. And this is a project proposal that is, in a sense, giving some indications as to what it might consider. So it's not to say a decision has already been made that there needs to be, firms need to appoint independent non-executives, right? It is saying that, well, the key is the provision of independent input. There might be different ways to characterize this. I mean, could be one suggestion, individuals who are free from conflicts of interest, but that's another way of putting the point across. And I don't think that at this stage we need to really dance on the head of a pin to come up with the precise wording that at the end of the day will come to this board in any case. As the project team gets going in terms of developing the proposals. So my suggestion is to leave it as it is. I think the point that Gabriel had raised earlier, I think is sort of addressed by referring to our other independent persons, because then that's kind of keeping it broad and not committing the project to really just INEs, as it were.
Thanks, Ken.
Okay, thank you. And back to you.
I think we are done. And
great.
Yeah.
And sorry for taking your time with this comment, but I think it's better to have clear what is in your mind from start, and that we don't. The idea was exactly not to limit too much the possibilities without, of course, broadening it to a point that nobody understands what we are speaking about. I'm happy with that. I think it's a good solution and simple, which is good. Okay. So I think it's time to see if the board members are happy with this project proposal. Very promising one, I would say. It's not going to be easy, but I think it's very promising, and that we have here some good material to work and to advance and to provide something which is going to be relevant for the firms in this perspective of helping and supporting the firms to be the highest, highly ethical firms, and having the necessary baseline to do it appropriately. So I don't think we need a formal procedure for this vote, Ken. So it's mostly about asking if anyone abstains or a show of hands. Who is in favor of this project? Everyone. So thank you very much. Everybody seems or everybody approves the project, and I wish the working group good luck and a very good work. And it's going to be an exciting journey doing this over the next times. Okay, we are a little bit later than we were expecting. So shall we move to the basis for conclusions? No? Okay, Mark. So we will leave it for tomorrow. We will have time because we have already anticipated this part of the agenda, and we will have the two bases for conclusions on experts and sustainability to discuss, to comment tomorrow. So, Rich, you still wanted to speak?
On the
Rich, and
base-
Rich, I'm sorry, I
I have
didn't
a
see your.
question on the basis for conclusions. The version that was posted to the papers, as I understand it, is not the current working version. Are we going to be shared that version tonight?
No, the plan tomorrow is to have the staff team walk the board through the pieces that will be added from the gray boxes, as we have discussed throughout the course of this week, to the basis for conclusions, the draft of the basis for conclusions that was posted to the board for this meeting. So there won't be another draft. The draft that will be posted, the staff will walk through that text, and then the staff will walk the board through the additional explanations that will be proposed to be included in the basis for conclusions.
And then we'll be sent a document and given some chance to provide other comments.
There's going to be very little chance. We can try to do a quick circulation if the board feels that's necessary, or at least some board members feel they would like to look at it, but we will need to finalize this for submission by next Friday. So the staff will work as quickly as it can, but as long as the board is comfortable, I would say, with the key arguments or the key explanations that the board feels need to go in the basis for conclusions, the staff can take care of the drafting.
Thank you, Ken. Luigi.
Yeah, I had the similar question. I think that we did a very great job in concluding this project and approving everything. And I would like to make sure that every significant decision the task force made and the board approved are properly illustrated and described in the basis for conclusion. I don't think that receiving the document tonight or tomorrow morning, or not receiving it and just being explained during a meeting, is sufficient for me, to be to perform a reasoned approach on a matter which is really relevant and will inform the activity of thousands of practitioners. And so I ask, at least for me, I ask to have sufficient time from receiving the document to the date I need to provide comments, in order to have sufficient time to review everything and to provide comments, if any, or let's say to be satisfied of what I receive, which is not a couple of hours of explanation during the board.
Chana, please.
I would support Luigi's comment that this is quite an important project, and that at least if you give us the weekend, like fatal flaw reviews back by Monday morning, Eastern.
It's not going to be the weekend, Chana, because the staff will need more than a weekend to prepare the document. I would say probably by Tuesday, if the really, and that's a question to this board. I mean, staff can endeavor to do its best to finalize this draft basis for conclusions, but it's going to be close of business next Tuesday would be the earliest is my sense. When the staff present it, which is going to be Wednesday morning for most board members anyway, and then we'll probably give you 2 days, close of business Thursday, to come back with any comments. Yeah. Yeah. No. This is one round. It's not going to be back and forth, because we will never finish. Well, yeah. We can do that on Friday. Yeah.
Okay, so this is the agreement. Tomorrow, the task force will run the board through some of the things that will be moved. I think it's mostly going to be these kind of things, and then the document will be circulated by Tuesday evening, Wednesday morning, something in between this, with some time for the board to provide some comments until Thursday, so that the staff can still accommodate any possible comments until Friday and send it over to the PIOB on Friday. Okay, so, and that's it for today, Ken.
Except for two matters. One is the announcement of where board members and other participants will meet for the this afternoon's social activity. The pickup time, or at least the gathering time, is at 4:55. I don't know if that's just there, is my understanding. Diana, 4:55 at the Hyatt Centric in the lobby. Otherwise, for those board members who have the address of the the venue where the escape room is happening, you're welcome to make your way directly there. But otherwise, 4:55 at the Hyatt Centric. And secondly, we are bidding farewell to a fervent supporter of this board who's been around for a long time. Who's been very dedicated and has in fact participated in a number of projects on this board as a task force member. And I'm referring to Mr. Pinkney, Andrew Pinkney, who is completing his service as a technical advisor. And Gabriela, perhaps I'll pass you the honors of.
Thank you very much. And before I give the certificate to this long-standing technical advisor to the board, I want to thank him publicly for the 20 years of service to the IESBA board. Is probably the one who has been around. I think it's 20 years, right?
It is.
Right. That's what I've been told. I was not here, but this is the information that I have. Andrew Pinkney has been with the IESBA and ethics for 20 years. So more than 20, well, well, let's keep it at 20 years. I think it's enough. And yes, I'm very happy to thank you in person. Thank you very much.
All right.
And
Well,
I hope that you,
service award.
don't you want to come here?
Go there.
I can go there as well, but this way you are closer to the board. Thank you very much, and we really hope that you keep on advocating for ethics. Thank you very much.
If I may, I just say, yeah, it has been a long time. I'm almost embarrassed to say how long it's been. In fact, my first meeting with the committee was in 2000, but in which time
Wow.
the code has grown from less than 50 pages to, as Andy says, 300 and something. So, I mean, it's been a great pleasure and to work with so many fantastic people over the years and to be involved in many interesting and challenging projects, and they really have been. And also to see the world, because this board previously had the opportunity to travel quite a lot. So we've been to some amazing places around the world over the years. So I really do appreciate everything, and I thank you, so not welcome, thank you, the board, past and present, and staff in particular for everything and making it an interesting, enjoyable, and challenging time. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
Well, there will be more farewells tomorrow, but the reason why we are doing this today is because I think that Andrew cannot be with us tomorrow. So unfortunately, we'll leave before, and we could not let him leave after 24 years, as I understand it now, without a special recognition of his work dedication and the much that he must know by now. And I know he knows about ethics. So I'm sure that he's going to be he's already a great advocate for the IESBA and for the ethics standards. Ken, anything else? No? So thank you very much. This is probably the most relevant day of our life since we started this project on sustainability on everything. Congratulations also to the Firm Culture and Governance work stream for this start, because this is really a new start. have a new face. And now let's party. Let's celebrate. Thank you. See you later at the escape room.